Good afternoon. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where the Group C action is about to get underway. Scott Mitchell on that stage. He was due to be in the commentary box today, but he stepped in to Group A yesterday for the unwell Norbert Attard, and now been replaced by my good self, Chris Murphy, sat alongside Henry Deacon for the 15 fixtures we're bringing you today, starting with one between this man, Adrian Gray, 42-year-old who qualified through the ADC system, and a player who needs little introduction, former world champion Scott Mitchell, with a bonus opportunity, Henry, to maybe make it through to finals night and possibly even Champions Week.
Perks of the job, I suppose, for Scott Mitchell, who thought he would be sat in this seat. Well, he's going to be stood on the stage, and, well, conceivably on Saturday night could be picking up the cheque for £5,000. And what a story that would be if he came in as a last-minute substitute to then go on and win the competition. Well, he's the big favourite to win this opening game of the session against Adrian Gray. He's the 1-2 favourite to pick up the points in this one. And look, he came in last minute yesterday, so there's some caveats as to the reasoning for some of his performances. He did pick up a solitary win on Wednesday, but his numbers, well, there were 12 points below his seasonal averages in both the overall numbers and in both the doubles percentages. But it's Adrian Gray to get us underway. He qualified here through the ADC qualifiers in the southeast to be here in Portsmouth over the next couple of days. A very adept soft tip player, so it'd be interesting to see how he moves into the steel tip version in the next few days.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a good player over the years. Maybe he didn't hit the heights that his early career promised. Adrian Gray.
100.
If you are tuning in for the first time this week, just a reminder of what happened in Group A. Andreas Harrison was the group winner, a good one as well. Lost just 2 matches en route to finals night. The Swede hit a 9-dart finish as well, taking the tally here at the Super Series 2-9. So we seem to get one every week at the moment. John Henderson second in that group. He goes through to Group B tonight with Bradley Roos. And then Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden joining Mitchell in this group. Mitchell, of course, only played one day and was destined to be in this group before a dart was even thrown. But it does give a new dynamic to Group C, doesn't it?
Yeah, former world champion entering the field, and a group that now is lit of experience when you've got the likes of Richie Houghton to come and Justin Smith, who's adept in this format. But Adrian Gray on debut, first to finish after 9 with the throw against the former world champion. He's going to need the 6 darts, so he's going to be allotted
60.
And Mitchell was slow to start yesterday, won 1 match in the end. That was against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, who will play again. But he seems to be finding his feet quickly enough here.
180.
And that is the first maximum
Adrian,
of this group.
104.
Great, 104 to take out the opening leg, and this is under much more pressure now. There'll be one in his hand, a double 16. Doesn't go, moves it inside, and so Mitchell,
97.
Courtesy of that max of his last turn, has got the opportunity to break on 97.
Can't do it. So
57.
Gray back
Adrian,
for double 8.
16. Game shot the
Double
first
4
leg.
found.
Adrian Gray.
First leg, a holder throw, defying that maximum by Mitchell. I have to say, he's wearing
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
a rather
first.
delightful
Game
garment today. Something new from Scott. A bit of sparkle on the shirt. Henry, you must be a fan of that one.
Must have found some glitter from the shot down the road.
97.
Look at that.
Oh, he's good mates with Bobby George, but even Bob would say it's a bit too much bling.
180.
Well, sparkling darts from Adrian Gray, the 180. To start to threaten the Mitchell throw.
Well, we often say with debutants how they're going to settle with the stage, but Adrian Gray probably have any debutant we've had here the Super Series will be more adept with the stage game because of his exploits in the soft tip game. Plays a lot out in the Far East and in the Asian region where they have huge crowds that play at those types of world events.
60.
Thousands upon thousands attend that. And there's huge, huge prize pools for those types of tournaments. The tournaments where Leonard Gates in the past has been a part of. And
140.
a lot of the players we see from the Asia players at Tsuti, like Bakura Suzuki and Haruki Muramatsu, have played at those particular tournaments with success in the past.
It was 2007 when he really emerged, when he beat Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix.
95.
That's when everyone thought the world really was at the end of his fingertips. Adrian Gray, but never really built on that success. Quarter-final in that
99.
tournament, never did better than that in another big televised PDC tournament. Managed the same stage of the Las Vegas Desert Classic a year later. But that was as good as it got.
61.
tournament that
Scott,
was.
you require 124.
Well, 1-2-4 for Scotty Dog to level this game up at 1 apiece. Level 18. Gives him a dart at the bullseye.
99.
Raises to 25, and so
Adrian,
Adrian
you
Gray
require
to get the break.
105.
Similar position to where Mitchell found himself in the previous leg. He couldn't take the opportunity. Oh,
And
yes,
Sean,
he
the
can. That's
second
a
leg.
fabulous
Adrian
out.
Gray.
105 for a three-figure out, a 15-dart leg. And Adrian Gray hounding Scotty Dog in the
Third leg, it's
early
Adrian to throw
exchanges
first.
of this one.
Game on.
16 darts for the opening 2 legs. 32 darts to get him to the halfway point, Adrian Gray, who, came through the London and South East qualifier, and in his semi-final and final beat 2 weekly winners here at
134.
the Live Lounge. In the semi-final, he got the better of Adam Mould, the first player to win a week in 2023 by 6 legs to 4, and then got the better of Jamie Kelling, who won at the back end of 2022 by 6 legs to 3 in the
140.
final.
It's a really solid start. Mitchell's not playing at a bad level himself. Missed that solitary dart double at the bullseye. And Gray punished with the 105 clean-up.
45.
Nicknamed the Conqueror, Adrian Gray. But for purposes of this group, we are going to call him the Greyhound, because it's quite an animal-themed group then, isn't it? With Scotty Dog. We've also got Andreas Toff Jorgensen, who we've christened the
140.
Great Dane. Then we've got Pugs, the Bearded Dragon, and the Owl. I'm going to go full Chris Mason here, Henry. Sounds like one of your bedtime stories, mate.
What, in Spider-Man pyjamas?
60.
We named this place the Zoo before too long.
Charlie Colstefine keeping a beady eye on proceedings. Don't know what animal we're going to name him, but
60.
social media, do your thing. MSS Darts across our platforms. I'll carry on being Chris Mason. Henry alongside me will have the app open.
180. Scott, you require 161.
161 for Scott to get his opening leg on the board. Is it going to go? And Sir Adrian Gray back for 82 to put himself 3-0 up and potentially on the cusp of a whitewash
51.
victory in his
Adrian,
first
you
game
require
here at the Super
82.
Series.
Is it the bull for starters? Well, that was the intention, but he could finish on the bull now instead. 64 remaining. Well, that's a long way off. He's chasing the treble 14 there, but getting nowhere near it. And just allows Mitchell a
33.
potential route back
Scott,
into
you
this
require
tie.
110.
And for the scraps of 110. 18. No, goes treble 20 for double 15. Just has a little look to see whether it was in or not. Now heads down, but moves
95.
it inside. And no, it
Adrian,
wasn't
you
close,
require
Scott, was it?
49.
It was a great second dart. It was a bizarre one, though. He blocked the bed and backed himself. Rightly so, it turned out. But Gray's been picking up the pieces in this game. Can he continue to hoover up?
17.
Not on this occasion.
Scott, you require 50.
And so this time, a bit more of a bona fide opportunity for Scott Mitchell. His chances so far in this game have come off the Baku ton plus combinations, but he's going to have 2 in his hand at double
Game
4.
shot
He only
third
needs the
leg.
1
Scott
to get the break
Mitchell.
back. We return to throw, and Mitchell on the board. 2-1 the score in this opening game, and the
Fourth leg, it's
former
Scott
world
to throw
champion has the
first.
darts to
Game on.
level proceedings up.
Yeah, 2 darts missed to lead 3-0 there for Adrian Gray. Should have had more as well.
100.
Should have had at least 1 at the bull in the previous visit. It was all going too well, wasn't it, for Gray?
These two actually do have a little
60.
bit of history dating back to the past. Speaking to the pair this morning, they were talking about and reminiscing on old days. And apparently when Adrian was 17, he beat Scott in a
100.
county match. Which goes back to your point of referencing what a prestigious young talent he was.
Yeah, by the age of 21, he'd beaten many of the top players in the world, including 3-time world champion John
140.
Part. Beat Ronnie Baxter on debut at the World Championship, and around 2006, that was some scalp, let me tell you.
$140.
And the one we mentioned against Phil Taylor a few years on. Born in Hastings, East Sussex. Same kind of area that has given us Rob Cross.
22.
Of course, a world
Scott,
champion
you require
himself.
161.
And that big one coming up soon, the World Championship at Ali Pali. Scott Mitchell, of course, played there himself a couple of years ago, lost out to Chris Landman.
65.
Adrian Gray had 3 visits to that tournament, consecutive years, 07, 08 and 09. And in 09, well, that was a real embarrassment for him. He lost in the first round 3-0 to Paul Nicholson.
Scott, you require 96.
Career low light. Double 18 to level this game up at 2-2.
78.
So that opportunity is come and gone for now, but Adrian Gray not on a finish. Interesting, that first dart
60.
made down like
Scott,
that. You thought it could have been a
80.
dart he would have been able to have worked with, but not to be the case.
Chipped a bit of metal off the wire, that one. But double 4. What he hit already
James
to win a
on the
leg, and he
fourth
hits it
leg.
again to level
Scott
the match.
Mitchell.
2-0 becomes 2-1, then 2-2. And Gray, though, still has the darts.
Fifth leg, it's Adrian to
Mitchell
throw first. Game on.
Has the momentum.
And Adrian's average has just nosedived about 5 or 6 points from where it was in the early exchanges. Mitchell averaging 89.5, 2 out of 7 on the finishing. Now, I'm going to give Scott a free pass from yesterday. His numbers are way below what we expected from him and what we expected from him this year. But the
100.
fact that he had no preparation time, he was literally told about 3/4 an hour that he was going to be playing is a difficult scenario to get involved with. But in terms of his year as a whole, his 12 monthly average, 89.24, 34% when it comes to the finishing. So you know that he's going to score to a fair
100.
standard. And if you give an opportunity, 3 darts in hand, then by and large, he's going to take the leg out. And he's averaging at the moment, in terms of the scoring phase, close to his yearly stats. And in terms of the doubling, just underneath.
60.
You could see Adrian before that visit just pondering how things had got to this stage. Will feel that he could have, at least, if not should have, been 3-0 up
100.
in this game.
$60.
you think there's a different type of pressure for a player like Scott? I know we've made the joke about the fact that he spends a
60.
bit of time sat in our company, but the fact that he also is a commentator as well as a player, can it actually heap a bit of pressure when you're on the oche as a player?
I think because of the career he's had, often ends up being a favourite for things, doesn't he? And with darts like that,
180. Adrian, you require
That's why.
141.
but yeah, I mean, we've seen it at the seniors as well. I think it probably did add to the pressure last year when he suddenly became favourite. We saw the same thing with John Henderson at the match play, seniors match play, lost first round. Double 12 here for Adrian Gray. Oh, what a shot that is.
Adrian Gray.
Well, that puts the pressure on Scott Mitchell, no doubt about it. A 1-4-1 finish for a second 15 darter of the match.
Gets Scott to throw first.
And just
Game
after
on.
Mitchell had hit a maximum as well. That is some answer from Adrian Gray.
And now it's all for Scott Mitchell to do, throwing to stay in this opening match of the session. But that's some way to start. That's his second max of the last two scoring visits, the third of the game for him, the fifth of the game all told.
Yeah, last two visits, full stop, because Gray took out 1-4-1 in between. So in some ways, we've just seen a pairs 9 darter, two 180s and a 1-4-1. Just wrong order.
That's all right. We'll get the social team to mix it around a little bit.
100.
That's been a pairs 9 darter, hasn't there? Glenn Durrant involved in that. Mixed pairs with Claire Stamper.
What, did Glenn hit for each other once?
125.
No, he just let her have all the throws in that leg.
But Mitchell here has
60.
just put the foot down at the perfect time in the game. Let himself a finish after 9. Adrian's level hasn't deviated, but Mitchell's kind of put the foot to the throat a little bit.
Needs to find a treble.
85.
Doesn't
Scott,
do it.
you
So that
require
means that Mitchell won't have
161.
to pull out a big finish here. He just wants to leave this handy. Could use the middle of the board here.
65.
That just chips off the extra 5 that leaves him on a 2 darter rather than over 100.
A glance over to the score. Heads downstairs.
137.
Set himself
Scott,
up
you
and to leave
require
himself on 54
96.
if he comes back. If Mitchell is not up to the 96 to send us to a last leg decider. Double 18. Inside and double 9. He's had troubles on this double already in this game. He moves it
87.
inside and that could be the last dart he
Adrian, you
throws.
require
And if he was sat here,
54.
he would be criticising the player who just threw that dart for kind of being annoyed about being on double 9 before they threw it. It was a negative reaction. And that potentially led to a negative outcome for Scott Mitchell.
34.
But he could still get a positive
Scott, you
one
require
because
9.
Adrian Gray has mismatched darts. And Scott Mitchell has been mustered on double 4 in this game.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And
Scott
Mustard
Mitchell.
once more to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Adrian Gray missing 2 darts at top to win the match 4-2.
7th and final
But he
leg. It's
has the
Adrian to
insurance
throw
policy of
first.
having the
Game
darts
on.
in this last leg.
It's a different situation for Scott Mitchell than yesterday when he was given the late call up to play in Group A, knowing that he could do no
59.
better than get through to Group C. So it was just a bit of a practice day really for him. But now all is equal, isn't it? And all is equal in this match after 6 legs. And Mitchell is making his move.
140.
Well, scoring power in this game. That is 5th 140. 3 maximums in there as well. Has wrestled the darts out of the possession of Adrian Gray.
97.
Well, Adrian Gray, the man from Hastings, nicknamed the Conqueror. Well, Mitchell could be conquering him. And Gray will confess that those 2 darts at tops to win the match could well be the game changer.
It's nice and tight, this, isn't it? The scoring
100.
from Scott Mitchell. More often than not, he's converting those hundreds into something bigger. you look at that, 6 scores
59.
of a ton, and then 8 scores where he's gone on to get a second or third treble.
$60.
It's not really cleaned up there, and so a couple of trebles here will mean that Adrian can just tiptoe the advantage again in this last leg.
100.
So still 6 darts from here for Scott Mitchell to win the match and to pick up the opening spoils in Group C.
$41.
Oh, that might spoil his chances. Does leave a finish, but it's a big one. And Adrian Gray will be rather better placed after these 3 darts.
$83.
The
Scott,
last
you
one just
require
makes it a little more
160.
tricky. So even if Scott Mitchell doesn't clean this up, he wants to at least take a chunk out of it. 60 off. Another 60 off. That leaves tops.
120.
That's over the top from Scott Mitchell. The grimace says it
Adrian, you
all.
require 103.
But Adrian Gray's already missed key darts in this match. 2 to lead 3-0. 2 to win the match. Will he miss more? Will he get more? He will.
Double 16 for the match.
71.
And that would have been for a third ton plus out of the match
Scott, you
as well.
require
But Mitchell
40.
comes back for tops to seal a 4-3 victory.
Game,
And
shot,
Scott seals
and
it.
the match. Scott Mitchell.
Mitchell is the man in the end, and the difference was the ability to cross that line. Adrian Gray missed a hat-trick of darts to win the opening game of the day, and Scott Mitchell took full advantage despite the big finishing. A couple of ton pluses from Adrian Gray, including that 1-4-1. It was Mitchell whose power scoring helped him en route to a win, and it's a 4-3 win in the first match of the day. Coming next, it's Richie Howson against Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Mitchell came back from 2-0 down to get the better of Adrian Gray in a deciding leg 4-3. Next up for us, it's Chris Wickenden, who finished, well, effectively bottom of Group A if we're discounting Scott Mitchell's one day in the group. Up against Richie Howsam, the star of the World Seniors Dart Tour. You can see the logo on the collar of his shirt. The 57-year-old from Raynham, the finalist at this year's World Seniors Championship. In fact, he was a finalist in 3 of the 4 TV events that took place in that particular code in 2023, up against the 35-year-old from Nuneaton, who's had plenty of stage time himself. As you can see, 2-time winner on the ADC Open circuit, but has been playing a lot in the NDA and MODUS exhibitions in 2023, crisscrossing the country with the likes of Johnny Clayton, Gerwin Price et al. But Richie Howson is the type of player that maybe a year ago we thought could do damage, but maybe now is a player with expectation on his shoulders.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he was a bit of an unknown, wasn't he? A bit of a darting journeyman, Richie Howson, but it was the World Seniors Tour that really breathed new life into him and his reputation. And he's gone on to reach big finals, big televised finals, have great success playing the darts of his life, and enjoying a really good spell. Now, as Henry said, expectation
140
on the shoulders of the Owl. Flying start in this one.
Continuing.
What's happening?
What's
going on?
180.
Oh, this is some introduction to Richie Howson on week 6 in Series 6. 180, 180.
45.
And you all
Richie
know what that
replying
leaves. You all know
141.
what that means.
We gave him the big billing in the build-up, but he's not going to kick off with a leg of perfection. I mean, to be honest, if he did hit it, he may as well have just packed up and gone home. It was literally only going to get worse from there.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally talking about expectation. I mean, what a way to add to that expectation.
85.
Certainly gave us some
Richie reply
anticipation, some
11.
excitement there. He's got rid of 490 points in 9 darts.
Game shot on the
And
first
he wins a leg in
Richie
11.
Howson.
This is a stunning start from Richie Howson.
Second
Absolutely
leg, it's Chris to
superb.
throw first.
Chris
Game on.
Wickenden does not know what's hit him.
But only good enough to be the
85.
third best leg we've seen so far this week. Andreas Tov Jorgensen with a 10, and Monday Andreas Harrison hitting a 9 darter against Andreas Tov Jorgensen, which you can watch that in full on the Super Series YouTube channel. That's actually now the first score visit the match that Howson hasn't hit a max in.
Yeah, good point. Next best thing. Yeah, 9 darters here at the Super Series. Monahina hit the first 2. Steve West also has 2. Richie Howson was trying to add his name to that roll of honour, and he has made a little tweak to his darts. Moulded flights and stems he now uses.
43.
Richie Howson, and I don't think he'll be going back anytime soon after that start to the game. See the difference in the way the darts lie as well. Slightly upright kick
47.
for Wickenden, and it's perpendicular for Richie Howson, so a dart above the treble is not his friend.
Although when you consider the fact that his darts lay up above the
60.
treble bed, he's not one to switch a lot, is he?
Yeah, no switchy Richie. But he should do that more, I think. That's maybe one thing
96.
that he could back himself for the trebles further down the board, rather than trying to force a dart into an already obscured target. Now, that should be perfect for him.
41.
Not to be cliche, but a player on the World Seniors Tour, I suppose, will come with a old school approach.
Yeah, an old owl, but maybe not a wise old owl.
58.
You teach owls new tricks?
Well, it's only one leg, though, isn't it, at the end of the day? And Chris Wickenden could level pretty quickly here. He's left the 160 that we saw Scott Mitchell almost take out in the previous match.
121. Chris, you require 160.
And may well have to take it unless it's now a possibility that Howson could break the throw and lead 2-0. And the 96 was threatened a couple of
70.
times by Mitchell in the
Richie requiring 96.
last game. And when we've seen Howson here in the past, these are the types of finishes that kind of been like bread and butter for him. But again, that first dart above the treble, which means that he's gone double-double.
Game
And
shot
he
the
has
second
found the
leg.
double-double
Richie
for the
Howson.
96 for the break and a 2-0 lead. And when he's left with a finish in that kind of range, he can be deadly at his best.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
particularly adept at hitting double 18, isn't he, Rich Howson? Which is why those 96s, the 116s have become right in his wheelhouse. So using it to set up the double there was quite clever from the
41.
57-year-old. Celebrates his birthday next week. Might be an early present, £5,000 in his pocket. The man has reached 3 World Seniors finals this year. World Championship, World Masters, Champion of Champions.
80.
Oh, that spat out the top of the treble 20 bed. It basically had a collision with the first dart, which sat at the bottom. I suppose Richie's kind of one of a dying breed where
140.
stackers have really gone out the game, really, haven't they?
Yeah, and there aren't many. Some of the most successful players we've had at the Super Series, though, have been stackers.
140.
Robert Owen springs to mind, although we didn't get to see much of him here, but he was really, really strong in Southampton.
And that
was perfect from Wickenden, who's just reminding Richie that this is not a practice game. He does have an opponent.
Threatening an 11 darter of his own to return the game to throw. He may have to take it out in this visit. Howson hitting a max to leave himself on 60 to go 3-0 to the good. So double 16, 2 in hand. Goes in one. That's the second 11 dart leg in 3 legs to kick off this match. Wigton gets the break back. The game returns to throw, but Howson still leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we haven't seen a dart missed at double in this game either. Been all or nothing for Chris Wickenden. Hasn't had a visit where he's just hit 1 treble yet.
140.
Every single time he's turned it into 2, and one occasion saw him hit a 180.
But he's the type of player, Chris, that kind of goes with his opponents
60.
and kind of plays to their level. You can tell that in particular the way he played on Tuesday is pretty much matching the opponent's average-wise. First game against Andreas, 82 compared to his
140.
opponent's 84. Second game average 85 compared to his opponent's 86, and so on and so forth as the day went on. Plays the opponent, not the board.
140.
Such an unconventional way of throwing the darts as Richie Howson. The whole approach is really interesting. When he comes back, we'll take a look. He kind of prods the dart down towards the floor
85.
before getting the line up and release. Look at that, pointing straight down towards the floor and then kind of lining it up as if there's an invisible sort of laser line down the board. that only he can see and uses it to try and keep him straight. Bayfield's Haley used to practice with literally the bit of string down the middle of the board, didn't he? A pinpoint accuracy.
58.
Sure, Chris Mason's spoken to you in the past about it, but when he does coaching sessions with beginners, he'll literally have a line when he does the analysis, and that's basically the line where they should throw and stuff like that.
60. Christian requires 78.
So everything is just kept at that 90-degree angle as Wickenden looks to level this game up at 2-2 from 2-0 down to at double 12.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Good game.
Chris Wickenden.
Really good game of darts this, and still no dart at double has been wasted.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And it all amounts to a pretty high standard. 3 180s from Howson in the game. He's given himself every chance of hitting 180s and 140s because he is never deviating away from that target.
$96.
We see again from a different angle. Look what he's doing there. The dart pointing down towards the floor. Up from probably about the treble 3 past the bullseye. And then finally making a release point in line with the treble 20, though. For the first time there in the whole match, he decided to go for the treble 19. And as I said, back yourself, Richie. He was successful.
Good on any target of the board. But now he wants to stay at the 20s on 264. Well, he wants to stay in the lipstick.
It would be a fourth.
140.
Instead, it's a fifth 140. Wickenden has to be careful. 100 doesn't leave a finish. 98 does.
Richie requiring 124.
I mean, speak about finishes in house and range. The 124 most definitely is. Treble 18 would have left the bullseye, but Chris looking for the fish.
56. Chris requiring
Well,
170.
it's Howson who likes a spot of fishing, isn't it? Big fisherman. He's reeled in some whoppers. And you will think that he would have got closer to that than Chris Wickenden on that occasion.
43.
And based on what we've seen so far, this is going to go because every double has been hit and he will get a dart at double barring a disaster.
48 left, 32 left. 3-2 is not the Howson lead for now as Chris Wickenden looks for 127 and game for the break. It could change the game.
Treble 19 required for a go at the bull. No bull for Wickenden. So Howson
55.
off
Richie
the hook
requires 16.
and looking to hook double 8.
Game shot.
Yeah, lovely shot there. You could see that
Richie Howson.
from the first angle, it looked like he might have blocked that, but the sort of player's eye view of that showed that he'd actually left it wide open.
Game on.
You mentioned Richie's finishing stats, and for the last 12 months across all competitions, his finishing numbers is 37.28%, which over such a course and distance, and he's played a lot of matches to account that percentage as well. That is up there at a world level.
100.
Tour level.
Yeah, I don't think there's any interest nowadays for Howson to go back to playing on the Pro Tour. He did it for a short period of time.
177.
Never made it to many of the big PDC tournaments. In fact, the only one he ever played in was the UK Open. 2011, 12 and 13. But he's since played on all the biggest stages. Circus Tavern, Lakeside.
55. $57. $94.
90 left for Wickenden. So it looks like we might be going the distance for the second successive game.
$140. Christian requiring
He's going to have to go house on 64. It may end up only being the solitary dart at the bullseye. Going to be 2 at double 15.
Had to reset himself, reposition.
Game shot on the 6th
and he did the trick.
Chris Wickenden.
Wickenden maintaining the high standard in this clash. Howson averaging 101. Wickenden almost 96. And 75% on the doubles. 60% for Howson. A fabulous advert for the MODUS Super Series between a senior star and a
100.
player who keeps progressing through the amateur system. Exactly what this tournament is all about.
Gives players opportunities that perhaps
85.
they wouldn't have had before, and also opportunities closer to home. I mean, we look at Adrian Gray in the last game. He won a local qualifier to get here, opposed to the way things were in the past, where the only time, if you're outside
100.
the PDC, you could play televised darts was to crisscross not just around Europe, but sometimes the world, to play an event to then have one game on the telly at the end of the year.
58.
Well, still to come in this group, Justin Smith and Andreas Toft Jorgensen. That is the next battle. Game 3 of 15 today.
140.
8 from 40 of the match, that for Richie House, and his average 102.26, and many as 6 darts to complete the job on 161.
58. Richie requiring 161.
All the time in the world.
$95.
That's a decent leave for Richie Housen, who will return. Could go treble 10 for double 18, which he loves. Could go the bullseye.
41. Richie requires 66.
For the match, he likes double 18.
Oh, he did go the bull in the end, but it was way off, wasn't it? In the end, he opts for tops.
46.
Below it goes, but he's going to get another go. Wickenden trying to provide a real big score so far in this last leg, but he's going to heap some pressure on.
140.
Tom Ford just keeps Housen honest
Richie
if this double 10 doesn't
20.
go.
So, for the match, for a 4-3 win, right on the wire. Is it a help or a hindrance?
Game, shot,
But he brushes
and
it in
match,
off the barrel.
Richie Housen.
And he wins it in the last leg decider. A very good game of darts. Richie Housen averaging 98.88 in the end. 50% strike rate on his doubles. Wickenden was even better than that. 3 out of 4, but was restricted to just those 4 attempts. And Housen's power scoring helped him through. He wins 4-3, just like Scott Mitchell did in the opener. Up next, it's Justin Smith against Andreas Toft Jorgensen. And the action continues here at the Modus Super Series with the beardless Andreas Toff Jorgensen against the bearded dragon Justin Smith, a former winner here at the Super Series. Actually beat Martin Adams in the final when he got his winning week. And I think that's something else, Henry, that we rarely discuss really in comms. When you've got a player like Justin who has won a week here before, like someone who's achieved things in the past, maybe had a win on the horses, you want to experience it again, don't you? And he hasn't managed to do that since. And I think that's something that the players that walk back through the door are really focused on. You know you can do it, but you sort of wonder why you're not doing it every time you come.
And I know Justin was really disappointed about the way things ended for him the last time he
First
played
leg,
here.
it's
Should have
Justin to
done
throw
better
first.
than
Game on.
what he did. And since winning that week in Series 2, things haven't really quite gone his way at the Super Series.
140.
Series after, he got through to a semi-final. That was his next appearance in a final, but
43.
he had some near misses. He had missed out on some Fridays, and he felt like he should have done more than that. The last time he was here,
140.
was in a position where he was 3-0 down to Charlie Large in his final group game, was staring elimination in the face,
100.
and then won 4 legs on the spin, took out a 112 in the last leg to go through to the finals. As I say, he got to the end of the semi-finals where
57.
he lost out that week where really only Darryl Pilgrim was going to win.
Yeah, certainly a very, very capable player, the Welshman.
98.
And will be
Justin
a
requiring 164.
Tie for Toft.
60. 40.
Oh, well, no points for
Justin
that.
requiring 104.
Nothing in this game for 2 in a bed.
Tell you what, the way that first start laid, you would have thought that would have been the perfect marker to
88.
smack the second one in the treble, which would have left double 12. He's going to leave himself on double 8 nonetheless. Work out the blocks, Justin Smith for Andreas.
60.
Just taking a
Justin
little bit of
requires
time to
60.
settle.
Game shot on the first leg.
But
Justin
settling quite
Smith.
nicely, Justin Smith. 16-dart holder throw to kickstart his campaign, and the enigmatic and maverick
Second leg, it's
Welshman
Andreas
leads
to throw
1-0.
first. Game on.
And he is the type of player, Justin, that at his best, we know how
100.
good he can be. He can also have cold spells, but when he plays at his rip-roaring best, you could see some
100.
real big numbers from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's one to watch. I think it's going to be interesting, this group. You can make a case for most players to be in contention at the top.
83.
In the absence of our Premier pundit for the week, Scott Mitchell, in terms of that particular role, I suppose it falls to me and you. Are we going to be
140.
tipping up Scotty? Who would you pick as the 2 to go through if you were made to do so? Made to play the Mitchell role?
121.
Well, before dart was thrown, I thought Richie Housen, and I thought it was then a toss-up between this man on your screen, Justin Smith,
43.
and Scott Mitchell. But the one thing that just irked me a little bit was Scott's record on this particular stage.
57.
Yeah, for me, I was going Mitchell and Smith until I saw the way Richie Housen started, and now I think they're going to be the 3 to beat. But also looking at the other side of it, Adrian Gray and Chris
100.
Wickenden
Andreas
only lost
requiring
4-3 to 2
140.
of those favourites in this group, so it could be more wide open than we think. We could have a real race between 6 runners
60.
over the next 2
Justin
days.
requiring 118.
Well, this for the break of throwing for 2-0. 28 left. Double 19 left.
80.
And so Toff Jorgensen
Andreas
to level up
required
at 1
80.
apiece.
Go left here.
40.
He's
Justin
left
required
40, which means
38.
that Smith will get a go. Splitting. But not
6.
hitting, and maybe the little
Andreas
dither and
required
delay caused him a
40.
problem there.
So opportunity presents itself again for Andreas.
Game shot on the
Finds a
second
double
leg.
five. It's been a few
Andreas off
times this week
Jorgensen.
where he's missed on that breakdown, but the double five has just come to his aid. Levels up at one
Third leg, it's
apiece.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
And this will be another test. And one thing that we've seen in the past from Justin, that sometimes when a few misses or something goes wrong in a leg, he can
83.
carry that energy into the next one.
Andreas' second game is
140.
against Adrian Gray, and Justin Smith is against Chris Wickenden. So both are going to be playing opponents that lost their openers.
58.
Do think it would be an important game for Gray against Toff Jorgensen, because many a time
100.
you see a player rock up on the Super Series stage full of hope and promise and play well early, but then one defeat followed by
22.
two becomes three, and suddenly the arm gets heavy and the confidence drains away. And you see it week after week.
100.
This game may just slowly but surely, despite the really good start from Justin Smith, just begin to slip away from his fingers a little bit,
55.
because
Andreas
Andreas has kind of turned the tide here.
161.
First to a finish against the throw.
$99.
Number 19 would have left himself double 12.
There may have been an argument for bullseye, single to double, had he done that.
137. Andreas requires 62.
Now it's two singles to double.
30. Justin
Only having one dart at double could
146.
come back and haunt him if Smith can slam in something big, but he can't on this occasion. So Jorgensen
46.
looking for a breaker throw to turn this
Andreas
tie on its
required
head.
32.
Double
shot
16,
on the
forward
third leg.
16, and
Andreas
Andreas
off
does
Jorgensen.
find the break. He leads 2-1, then despite the promising start that the Bearded Dragon made to the match, well,
Fourth leg, it's
he
Andreas to
stares
throw
around the
first.
stage
Game
quite
on.
solemnly, knowing that he's probably let what was a real good advantage, especially in the middle of the second leg, just slip by.
43.
Yeah, there was the look of a man there who'd opened his third Lynx gift set on Christmas Day.
40.
That one time of the year where men will get their socks and their pants sorted. Just a few more weeks left,
100.
fellas.
And by the way, just for
58.
those of you who are dedicated viewers of the Super Series, we will be having a break over the Christmas period.
81.
So Saturday will be the last finals night in 2023. We will return on the 2nd of January, Tuesday the 2nd of January, in a great group
122.
we've got for you. Not going to reveal too much. There'll be a slightly shorter week, a 2-day Group A, and then the usual groups B and C before the first finals night of 2024, which will be week 7 of this series.
98.
Extra
Justin
day off.
required 40.
Lucky us. Tots for Justin Smith. Double
Game
10
shot on the
to break
fourth
back
leg.
and to make it 2-2,
Justin
and
Smith.
he'll be hoping he hasn't got a night off on Saturday.
Don't pretend your advent calendar doesn't count down to the start of the Super
Fifth leg,
Series
it's
in
Justin to throw
2024 rather
first.
than Christmas
Game on.
itself, Henry.
People still doing advent calendars.
100.
Imagine 1 or 2 people that will.
I've got a lovely Ferrero Rocher one at home.
180. 54. 80.
I'm glad he didn't continue then, because when that was clipped up on social media, it would have started me talking about a Ferrero Rocher advent calendar and it wouldn't have come across well, would it?
81.
I wonder if Andreas has just gone back to sort out that stem, because the third one had a bit of a collision and it was just knocking one off kilter a little bit.
59.
Didn't look like he did. Now, Justin, the one thing you can label a criticism at him, and this is one by his own admission as well, he finds a trouble there, but sometimes the counting can just be a little bit off at times.
105.
Yeah, he opened the 16th of December this morning.
141.
He's not going to take this out, so Jorgensen, having
45.
surrendered the breaker
Andreas
throw, could get it back.
77.
Double 19 leaves double 10. Single 18 leaves double top.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
that leaves him
leg.
ahead and
Andreas
throwing for
Jorgensen.
the match.
A match that Justin Smith will feel is just passing him by.
Sixth leg, it's Andreas.
Andreas throws for the match.
Game on.
But it feels like it's been a game dictated on his terms, and sometimes there's inaccuracies.
100. $97.
Well, will Jorgensen be one of those players who sort of grows into the week? He had a decent
100.
enough campaign in Group A, amassed 12 points with 6 wins
140.
over the course of his 3-day stay in that group. It was 3 wins on Monday, only 1 on Tuesday, and then a couple yesterday.
96.
Put in numbers that would make him competitive enough over the course of the 3 days. 84, 37, the average 32%
180.
on the finishing. He puts that up just a little bit. He's going to be more than competitive, but Smith threatening the
100.
break back.
Justin,
And if he
you
can take
require
out this
84.
84, it'd mean that all 3 games in his opening round of fixtures would have gone the distance. He wants the bull.
59.
Dip just below.
Andreas required
Options
105.
for Andreas. Treble 15. Double top
65.
on the wire.
Justin, you required 25.
Will the game go to the wire?
2 8s. 2 from 7 on the doubles, Justin Smith. And he's unsure and undecided as to how he finds a way over that. It's completely blocked the bed. He goes left, he goes right. But neither
9.
way he could find the answer.
Andreas required 40.
And that opens the door for Andreas Toff Jorgensen to win his opening match in Group C.
Game,
and that's
shots,
exactly
and
what
the
he
match.
does.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
It's Danish delight for Toff Jorgensen, who defeats Justin Smith 4-2. A decent darting duel. Smith had his opportunities, but it was Jorgensen who took his. An average of just over 86 in the end. He had plenty of opportunities in that game, both players having 9 darts at double, but Jorgensen with that 77 checkout to boot, hitting 4 and picking up 2 points, just as Scott Mitchell and Richie Howson have in their openers, and they are going to go head-to-head after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Andreas Toff Jorgensen get a better with Justin Smith by 4 legs to 2 to cap off the first round of fixtures. And round 2 kicks off with a battle of two legends of the world seniors, as Scott Mitchell and Richie Houghton go toe to toe. Two experienced campaigners on the hockey, and two players who have picked up maximum points from their opening matches. Both hit 3 maximums and both average in excess of 90 as well. But Richie Houghton, probably out of the 6 players over the course of the first 3 games, probably was the one that shone
First
more than
leg,
anybody
Scott
else
to
against
throw
Chris
first.
Wickenden.
Game on.
Yep, certainly the leading light in those first 3 fixtures. And you mentioned that seniors' reputation of these two players. Well, Scott Mitchell, having just dropped off the Pro Tour at the time, went into that World Seniors Championship
60.
last February as the favourite to win the tournament. And he got knocked out in the second round by the eventual winner, Robert Thornton. Richie Houghton made it all the way to the final in that event.
100.
Beat the likes of Phil Taylor and Leonard Gates en route as well. So he is no mug. Made it to a further 2 finals on the seniors circuit
60.
this year. Richie Houghton will be returning to the tavern to try and go one better.
He's going to be ward on as well by significant home support. It's literally walking distance, isn't it? The Circus Tavern for him.
81.
I lived in Raynham, very, very close. Made it to the Champion of Champions final as well. Lost to Leonard Gates on that occasion. That was in Blackpool, a little bit further from home.
100.
He's racking them up today.
140.
Those 2 and 3 treble visits.
$140.
Very nice fellow, Richie Houghton. First thing he did this morning was came over and shook my hand.
$140. Scott, you require 141.
And Scott Mitchell, well, working like a dog this week, isn't he? He'll be in the comms box tonight. But here, he's letting his darts do the talking.
Game shot
A
on the first
wonderful
leg.
check out from
Scott
Mitchell, a 1-4-1. The very same finish that he had hit against
Second
him
leg, it's Richie to throw
in
first.
the opening match
Game
when
on.
Adrian Gray produced that party piece. But Mitchell, well, he likes that. He likes those darts. They're the ones. Good boys.
100.
Do you know what? The way he looks at a camera, he should work in TV, shouldn't he?
Do anything to get out of Saturday night, won't he?
81.
Anything to get out working with us.
So Mitchell Houghton, Toff Jorgensen, Gray and Wickenden Smith, the
131.
second round of fixtures in Group C. Both of these players winning their openers in last leg deciders.
100.
I just wonder whether the pace will suit both as well. They both go at a very similar rhythm. Both players like to be perfect as far as the way that the darts are thrown.
100.
They'll do things in their own time.
Very, very safely put that, Henry. Some might say if they went any slower, they'd stop.
100. Richie required 170.
Bit like Scott Mitchell's shirt, a big pause between throws. Now the big fish for the keen fisherman. No bait taken on this occasion.
92.
You stop carping on about that.
$140. Richie requires 78.
78 for Howson to level up at 1 apiece. Mitchell staring down the break of throw. If this doesn't go, double 12 and now double 6. Goes inside, and so
72.
Mitchell does have the break chance on 80.
80.
I just want to see his reaction. Is he going to give his darts a little pat on the head again if he takes this out? Becomes difficult. But he does have plenty of room. Clear sight of tops,
60.
but cannot get high
Richie
enough.
requires 6.
And it is now from top to bottom as Howson takes aim at double 3.
His darts lay. If he could have found one just below, it actually wouldn't have
4.
been the worst guy in
Scott,
the
you
world for him.
required
But
20.
he's found himself in the madhouse. He could be in the doghouse if Scott finds this. And it is
Game
found for
shot on the second
2-0.
leg.
Break of
Scott
throw.
Mitchell.
And Scott Mitchell is in command. Trust Charlie.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, Scotty Dog has the lead. Pun intended.
100.
That's a perfect dart for him. Can he use it?
45.
This is new, isn't it, from Scott Mitchell? Is it me or is it new? This sort of pouting and his moody looks at the dartboard, at the cameras.
You've obviously not worked with him as
100.
much as I have.
I've only ever seen him give you angry looks, Henry. Now, once again, that's a perfect marker for Scott Mitchell. And once again, he hasn't used it.
60.
But I wonder as well the stage of the career that Scott's at. He says success in his past, and of course he wants to be successful again in the future. But I feel like he's at a stage of his career as well that when he's on that big stage and he's in front of the lights and the cameras, I feel like he's there to enjoy himself a bit more as well. Of course he's serious, and
85.
the determination, the drive, and the will to win events is still there. But I feel like maybe a lot of things have been put into perspective, and he wants to enjoy himself when he's on stage.
Yeah, why not?
59.
Fun-loving character, Scott Mitchell. And let's have it right, he's here a week at the Super Series, staying around now in Portsmouth, knowing that he's going to be playing and commentating to the end of the week. If he wasn't here, he'd be up
100.
with the lark, wouldn't he? Shoveling something.
$45. Richie required 160.
Well, when he played here in January, Richie Howson, he hit 4 of these particular finishes. The 116 was dubbed the Howson. And now he wants tops
Game shot on the
for
third
another
leg.
one of them to get the
Richie
break
Howson.
back. It's 2-1. And it is a second ton topping finish of the match. And Howson returns the game to throw.
Fourth leg, it's Richie.
Yeah, I remember it well. He just
first.
kept hitting
Game
that
on.
checkout, didn't he, time after time, to the point where you would put your house on Richie to take out the 116. And he's on point now. He's found his range. He's found his rhythm.
121.
After 3 legs, he's averaging 98.88, which was his average in the 4-3 win against Chris Wickington.
Well, right now, having
100.
watched just 3.5 matches, for me, Richie Howson is a big favourite to win this group. He's losing this match, but the level of play is so much higher than anybody else so far. Always nice and tight around that treble 20.
100.
Seems to be finding at least one of them in the majority of his visits.
Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. But
100.
if Richie can keep this level for a few days, him and Andreas on Saturday night are going to be two very tough nuts to crack. Add the form that Hendo's in as well. We could have a scintillating end to our year.
Yeah, Christmas cracker. Of course, it ended last year with
80.
Adam Warner winning the last week before Christmas. His mates storming the stage. Please do not do that if you are coming down on Saturday night. He went on, of course, to invest the £5,000 that he won as an
36.
ADC qualifier to a weekly winner here at the Super Series into qualifying school and got his professional tour card.
You still got the whiplash on that night, haven't you?
It wasn't the most pleasant experience, but they enjoyed it.
92.
Right, 265, the approved route is to start on the 19s. He's gone a different way about getting rid of the 5, but then he's put it back.
30. Richie requiring 108.
We'll note this for later. 108 for Howson for what would be a second ton topper in succession to square this game up at 2-2. Going to get a dart at double 16 to square this match up with back-to-back ton-topping finishes. And level we are at 2-2. Scott Mitchell, who had a 2-0 lead, has been reeled back in by Richie Howson.
Yeah, and he's playing to a much, much superior level to Scott Mitchell in this match.
140.
There's a 15-point gap in the averages.
It feels like Scott's a magnet for ton-plus finishes. He's had 4 already hit against him today.
55.
Had the 1-4-1 himself at the start of this match. Still has the dart, so still in the best position to win the game, but you just get the sense that Richie Howson is going to cause more than a few
60.
problems for every opponent today. I made that lead pun earlier. Did Scott Mitchell, is my memory deceiving me, or did he actually want to walk on the stage with a
83.
lead, but without a dog?
He did. So the lead didn't really work, did it?
It was a strange little ploy from Scott.
100.
He's made an image, hasn't he? It's part of the game these days. Get that
60.
character around your game. Just look at the likes of Peter Wright, of course, who becomes Snakebite when he gets on the stage. And it seems to have turned him into an elite level player
82.
from a man who was a journeyman. Didn't win his first world title until around the age of 50.
Scott was a part of that generation, wasn't he, in the BDO when it was on the mainstream television, on a terrestrial broadcast, the likes of him,
95.
Martin Adams, Tony O'Shea, Dalfit, and they were household names when they played every January at the Lakeside Country Club. As Mitchell looks at 119, they're going front 3-2. Not going to happen on this occasion, but it's going to come back.
59.
How much pressure will he be under? 1 treble's a little. 2 trebles is a bit.
140.
And it is a bit of pressure.
Scott, you require 60.
Well, he can't see all of that now.
Game
But he
shot
can
the
see
fifth
enough.
play. Scott Mitchell.
And he can see himself in front again. 3-2.
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
That first half, it's above, but he's going to stay true to that particular target.
100.
As a matter of fact, this is the 6th leg that we played in this match, and in the scoring phase, no one's elected to switch targets during a scoring phase of the leg. The spotter could have gone and had a cup of
100.
tea, really.
No comment.
60.
Anyone doesn't know what a spotter is, he's the person who predicts where the darts are going to be thrown, so that you see every one of them.
140. $99.
Well, there we do see a switch.
Unless a spotted switch.
Spotted plenty of treble 20s from Scott Mitchell in the back end of this match, and if he wins the game, that really would be one
100.
that he's got away with. Howson has been the better player for me throughout the match.
How many times do people in these chairs talk about timing? Well, including Scott.
100. Scott, you require 161.
Well, there's no better time to take out a big checkout than when you need it to win the match. He's not going to do it, but he may force Howson
99.
to take out
Richie,
the
you require
142.
142.
He's not going to. So Mitchell match darts incoming.
54.
Put him in the early
Scott, you require
ascendancy in the group. He'd be
62.
the first player on to 4 points and begin to set his authority on the group. So it's going to be a dart at tops of the match for Scott Mitchell to seal a 4-2 victory against Richie Houghton in the battle of the two players. Many thought would be the top two in the group. It is Scott Mitchell that sends a statement out. A 4-2 victory between two senior stars and, well, a celebration and a relief on the face of Scott Mitchell as the pair enjoy a joke at the end of that one. A 4-2 win for the former world champion. 4 out of 6 in the doubles, 85 average. Another impressive display by Richie Houghton. But that in defeat in the end. Coming up after the break, it's Andreas Tov Jorgensen and Adrian Gray in action.
Welcome back. Game 5 of today's 15 fixtures at the Super Series features Andreas and Adrian Toft Jorgensen, who finished 4th in Group A against the incoming Adrian Gray, who lost his first match of the day 4-3 to Scott Mitchell. Mitchell has gone on to win again, beating Richie Howson before the break there. Toft Jorgensen, though, got victory in his opener. Maybe the surprise result of the day so far, a 4-2 success against Justin Smith, and he's looking to join Scotty Dog at the top of the table with
First
2
leg,
wins from
it's
2.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Solidity has kind of been the basis of Andreas's performances this week, and Group C, sometimes that can play a part, but you
58.
also have to find that extra little level. And only 2 from 6 make their way through to Saturday night's final from this particular group, as opposed to the 3 from 5 that'll make it through Group B in the
95.
evening session. And that should be some session as well that we're going to enjoy from 10 o'clock. We're going to see Bradley Roos and John Henderson in action. Hendo's played ultra good this week, but
97.
just edged out by Andreas Harrison in Group A. And they're going to be joined by the Kiwi, Hupai Puha, who'll be playing at the World Championships next week. David Schlichting, the enigmatic German, and the former champion of champions
140.
winner, Alex Small, in action from 10 o'clock.
Go on then, Henry. It starts tomorrow, the World Championship. Where's your 50p? The winner and the runner-up.
100.
I've said the winner of the semi-final between Luke Humphries and Michael van Gerwen wins the World Championship.
96.
But I'm undecided as to who wins
you-
that semi-final.
You're sure they'll both get there. That's interesting. I think they will too, but I think Luke Humphries is the
96.
tournament winner, and I'm going to go for a
170.
name that not many are saying at the moment to be the runner-up. Johnny Clayton is my pick as runner-up.
134. Andreas requiring 150.
Another for double 15.
135. Adrian, you required 36.
Frustration as that moved inside as Adrian Gray steps back for double 18.
Game shot on the
Pins it
first
first time
leg.
of asking.
Adrian
13
Gray.
dart breaker throw that for the Conqueror to lead 1-0.
By the way, what a day for darts fans tomorrow. If you are going to watch the World
Second
Championship,
leg, it's Adrian
join
to
us
throw
for a
first.
warm-up.
Game on.
The conclusion of this group, 1 till 6 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And by the way, all of you watching the YouTube channel, please do subscribe to the channel.
100.
There are around 70% of you that are watching right now that aren't subscribed, and it would do an awful lot of good for us if you did. Would
60.
enable us to bring you even better content, even more regular content than we already do now. If you enjoy what we do, please subscribe, and you can watch the action in this group 1 till 6 tomorrow, and
61.
then after the World Championship action, 10 until around 1 in the morning, Friday night. A full day of darts. What could be better?
140.
Of course, wherever you're tuning in from, do get in touch with us. We are at MSS Darts on our social media channels. I know that you're tuning in as well from around the world. So why don't you tell us where you're tuning in
100.
from this afternoon, this morning, this evening, wherever you might be watching us from, and we'll send some of your notifications through and we'll read them out on the program. Very interactive here
41.
at the Super Series, so do send them in. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And also, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to follow our TikTok channel, where there's plenty of fun little goodies available on there.
93.
Adrian Gray, having got the breaker throw
28.
in the opening leg, now wants a
Adrian requiring
147 clearance.
147.
According to Jim White, this is the biggest outshot in darts.
$60.
He's made it a little bit interesting here. Bullseye with the last dart to leave a finish. Oh, he's missed the
48.
entire ring,
Adrian, you require
which
87.
means that Adrian Gray's got 6 for 87. Means he doesn't have to go for the bull himself.
But ironically, as a soft tip player, he's probably one of his strongest targets. Doesn't have to chase it.
Yeah, you see he's thinking now. 70 remaining, treble 10 instead of going the... Or treble 18.
55.
The cogs were whirling there, wasn't it, for Adrian Gray? But in the end, he leaves himself on double 16 for a 2-0 lead.
58.
Remember, he had led Scott Mitchell by that scoreline in his first match of the session before then going on to lose 4-3. He finds himself 2 legs clear at the beginning of a game again. He leads Andreas Toff Jorgensen by 2 legs to 0. But the difference perhaps in this one in comparison to his game against Scotty Dog, Mitchell was going with him hell and leather. There just feels like a little bit of a gap in terms of standard in this game.
40.
So Gray looking to build on this advantage. That sloppy start from Toff Jorgensen already opens the door for a potential 3-leg lead for Adrian Gray.
100.
He won't be too perturbed to not have any points yet after a very good performance against Scott Mitchell early on, although he was in this position in that match. Needs to make sure he builds on it this time around.
We were speaking about stacking in the Richie Housen game, and that was stacking to a T from Adrian Gray.
58.
Still looks in a good position to break. Does Adrian Gray 2-0 up in this one, and any treble, and he's pretty much got the darts.
60. 89.
Welcome along to viewers watching us on Sporty Stuff TV. This afternoon's action at the MODUS Super Series is currently in its 5th game. Adrian Gray playing Andreas Toff Jorgensen. As you can see, 2-0 to Gray in this one, looking for a double break and a 3-leg lead. Gray lost the first game of the day, 4-3 to Scott Mitchell. Richie Housen then beat Chris Wickenden by the same scoreline. It was a 4-2 win for Toff Jorgensen against Justin Smith, and then Mitchell beat Housen 4-2.
69.
Gray, in that match against Mitchell, the opener, passed up the chance to lead 3-0. He's just done the same thing here against Toff Jorgensen. Chris Murphy in commentary, Henry Deacon alongside me. And Henry, what we've seen so far, it looks like 52. It could be a pretty competitive group.
Adrian, you required 32.
Well, it's certainly the case. The first 2 games going to deciders, the last 2 going 4-2. But Adrian Gray looking to change the record and go 3 to the good, obtaining the double break in the process. If he can find double 4, which goes last start in hand, it was almost a celebration, more of relief. But now is throwing for the match and throwing for a whitewash victory. Maybe we didn't quite talk up his chances at the beginning of the day as a debutant in this competition. But if he keeps playing and throwing like this, then he's going to give himself every single chance and possibility.
It could be a great day.
96.
In a good way for Adrian. Because not only is he going to do a world of good to his points tally by stopping Toff Jorgensen, joining Scott Mitchell on 4 and getting to 2 himself, but having only lost his first game by the odd leg, he'll have a really healthy start to his leg difference balance as well with a whitewash win here.
140. 100.
Andreas, who's found the local barber in the Portsmouth area.
It didn't take your recommendation then, Henry.
133.
Adrian Gray, 132 for the match, and New look man, it's been a new look day for him, and not for a good reason.
132.
Doesn't have to go the champagne route here. Sensible stuff from Adrian Gray. It's about winning. You don't have to do it in a flashy, flamboyant style. Just get the job done.
96.
And he's left himself 32 after 12 to do exactly that for a 4-0 victory and just to send a statement out to his rivals in the group. And he just nudged that along half an inch. Well, he's gone the other way.
No score.
He's got further away, but he is going to come back.
Yeah, Jorgensen hasn't really been in this match.
137.
Is that too late?
Adrian, you require 32.
He's turned up to the party when they're putting the chairs on the tables.
Game,
and that
shot,
is
and the
winning moment
Adrian
for
Gray.
Adrian Gray. A 4-0 whitewash win against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. A debut day at the Super Series for Gray. It started well for him when he led against Scott Mitchell. Couldn't convert that into a win, but he hasn't made the same mistake again. A 4-0 victory against a Dane, an average north of 91. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. Really good stuff from Gray. Coming up next is a couple of players who were beaten in their opening ties as Chris Wickenden meets Justin Smith.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Adrian Gray get the bit of Andreas Toff Jorgensen by 4-0. Next up for us, Justin Smith and Chris Wickenden go toe-to-toe. Both players looking for their first victory of the day, having been beaten in the first round worth of matches. Chris losing out 4-3 to the mightily impressive Richie Howson. Whilst for Justin Smith, he lost 4-2 against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. A game really he should have won. He dominated the scoring phase, but missed 7 darts at a double, all told. As far as what the odds compilers say in this one, they have Justin Smith off as the 4-6 favourite, Wickenden the outsider at 11 to 10. Smith, whose reputation in this particular competition probably affords him that favourites tag, winner of a weekend Series 2 up against Wickenden, looking to make it through to the Saturday night setup.
Yeah, both players looking to bounce back from those opening defeats. Justin Smith, in particular, will be disappointed, having lost to Toff Jorgensen, and I wonder what it does to a player
95.
when they're sort of getting over that defeat to then see that same player get beaten 4-0 just before they're about to go on stage.
140.
Might be similar to that position when a player goes out, well, World Championship being an example, goes out to a humdinger of a match where someone plays out of their skin, and then they see him in the next round and they get dumped 4-0, having played like a drain.
Trying to work round that.
60. Christopher Klein, 130.
Unsuccessfully. And Wickenden would assume he would have half a dozen darts from here. Of course, he's scoring half.
115.
That's more than he wanted.
Justin Klein, 161.
Well, he's shown Justin Smith the route to the bullseye, and he would have needed it on the end of the 1-6-1 combination. It's not going to go, but
95.
going to leave it in a handy enough state. Both players left on 2 darters. Wickenden first go at the 15, and it's going to be a couple in hand at double 4 to take out this first leg. 2 2s.
11. Justin, you require 66.
Double 9, found. Justin Smith kind of nicks that leg. All looked to be going the way of Chris Wickenden, but got himself in bother by almost being too good betting the bullseye when he needed the 25. That meant he had to waste a dart in getting to a double, and Justin Smith has pipped him at the post. Break a throw for the Bearded Dragon. Plenty of beard action going on this week, Henry. I'm just wondering if Andreas Toff Jorgensen kind of looked at Chris Wickenden and Andreas Harrison and thought, you know what, I can't compete. Just shave it off.
Should get the referees to throw one as well.
They are trying.
$45.
I think Peter Wright, we mentioned him earlier, he sometimes rocks up at the World Championship with a few baubles in the beard, doesn't he? Be nice, wouldn't it, for Chris Wickenden? Couple of baubles, maybe a
140. Justin,
couple of chocolates,
81.
Henry. Got to have chocolates on the Christmas tree.
36.
Suppose we'll have to put it out there. Who has the best beard game in this group?
$140. Justin,
Well, a razor sharp set up from Chris Wickenden there.
Game shot on
But
the
it's
second
perfectly
leg.
precise
Justin Smith.
from Justin Smith. And this is a really good game of darts.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw
to Smith,
first. Game
averaging
on.
103.66 after the first couple of legs, and 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
100.
29 darts to take him to what could be the halfway point to the match.
60.
Wickenden missing a couple of darts himself, but to be fair, he's played better today than he has done in Group A, but at the moment is getting nothing to show for those efforts.
140.
There's been some
96.
power scoring from Justin Smith in this game. Is it half a dozen 140s
59.
in the match?
Christopher Klein, 170.
But not a single score between 100 and 139.
Feast or famine.
96.
Wigginton's left himself on 74, and he's going to get a go at it to reduce the
140.
deficit back to
Christian requires
3-1. That's the
74.
7th 140 of the match for Justin Smith, just to keep Chris honest. But it's double 16 here for 2-1. And it mean that each of the opening 3 legs would have been
42.
won in the space of
Justin, you
15. And if
require
that stat is
102.
going to continue, Justin Smith's going to have to take out the 102.
Good dart.
Game shot on the
Good
third
dart.
leg.
Good finish.
Justin Smith.
A 102 for a 3-leg lead and a 15 darter again. And Justin Smith here. But he's cooking on gas,
Fourth
isn't
leg,
he?
it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Wickenden playing well himself, but he just cannot get into this match. And the reason why is that
81.
same amount of darts at a double, but Smith has hit 3. Wickenden has found none.
140.
This is the type of performance, as we were saying in the first game, that Justin Smith has in the locker. His ceiling is very, very high. I think
59.
when his head is well and truly switched on with the task, he can do anything that his mind sets himself to.
100. $96.
Smith closing in then. A 4-0 victory, 6 on 220 to do exactly
60.
that. But 60 turn just opens up the door a little bit here for Chris Wickenden for a break. Glover 140 about now.
98.
Or 2
Justin
treble
required
turn.
160.
Well, he found a 102 in the last leg. Can he round it off with a 160? He couldn't find the second treble there.
100.
And so
Pressure
Wickenden, to
required
stay in the
108.
game, is looking for a ton topper of his own.
Goes a 19 through. He doesn't like it. He's shuffling around. Couldn't see a clear sight of the treble after the first start was on top.
86.
And that's not the plan.
Justin requires 60.
48 to leave 22 was not the thought that he had in his mind. He miscounted. And it
40.
means that he's going to have to come
Christian
back now and
required
either go for double
22.
11 or have to waste the dart and split.
$11.
And it moves
Justin
inside,
required
and so
20.
it gives Justin Smith another opportunity to seal this game 4-0. Has to shuffle across,
6.
but too far across, and that last
Christian
dart was
required
wild.
11.
Pair of twos,
7.
not found.
Justin, you require
And I
14.
reckon Justin Smith has had enough now. He'll slam it in. Hasn't made his mind up yet about whether to split or not. Now he has. He is going to. And he does
Game,
slam it in.
shot, and the
And
match,
it is
Justin
a
Smith.
4-0 win for Justin Smith against Chris Wickenden, following up the same scoreline that Adrian Gray got against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. That means Wickenden, the only player without a win in his first couple of games in this group, despite the higher average in the end, 91.81. Much of that was a messing around towards the end of the game on doubles for Justin Smith. He crosses a line, 7 140s in that match for Smith, and he wins it 4-0. Coming up after the break, it's Scott Mitchell against Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 rounds of fixtures have been completed. And before the break, we saw Justin Smith get the better of Chris Wickenden by 4-0. It's the same scoreline for Adrian Gray against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. And that man on your screen, Scott Mitchell, got the better of Richie Howson by 4-2. And so that means Mitchell is top of the pile, the only player to have won both of his opening 2 matches in the group. Andreas getting his day off to a good start against Justin before that defeat last time out, and you just get the sense at the way that these two have played so far today that Andreas is going to have to up the levels if he is to pick up a result here against the 2015 champion of the world.
Yeah, big game between players with mixed fortunes, as Henry's just alluded to.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Charlie Corstefine getting the action underway, the referee for today's proceedings. And Scott Mitchell straight on the money. Didn't take him long, did it, to warm up his tyres, Scott Mitchell, and start racing away at that practice session yesterday, if you like, and now he's looking to keep himself in pole position going into the big race tomorrow.
And Scott knows all about getting out the traps well in more ways than one. Actually has the logo of his beloved Pool Pirate Speedway team on his left sleeve.
140.
Actually does some presentation and commentary for them.
Yeah, it's rather ironic, isn't it? Scott Mitchell being on the panel in a sport called Speedway.
57.
Multi-talented is Scott in a
100.
commentary capacity. There it is, the Pool Pirate Speedway team.
$60. Scott, you require 140.
He's a proud fan. Proud county darts player as well in Dorset. We did see him yesterday when he won against Toff Jorgensen, actually. A little salute to his
91.
teammate and friend Tommy Morris with the gun celebration.
A change of flights for Andreas
80.
between matches
Scott,
on the one that he used in his
49.
last. He has had a little bit of a tinker of the equipment as the week's gone along, as Mitchell looks for double 16 to
Game
take
shot
up
on the
this
first
opening leg in the
Scott
space of
Mitchell.
14. And as we said, Andreas is going to have to up the levels to get something from this one. And the only thing he's getting out of
Second
Scott
leg, it's
Mitchell is
Andreas to
a
throw
handshake to
first.
say, yeah,
Game on.
that was how good I was in the first leg, pal.
I'm not quite sure what all that was about. There seems to be a almost end of match handshake. I thought that Andreas had got a touch of the Ronnie
41.
O'Sullivans at one point there. Had enough. Just felt resigned to defeat. And he has now lost his last 5 legs consecutively after that
45.
4-0 thrashing at the hands of Adrian Gray. Mentioned that change of flight.
43.
Now you can see it. He'll be hoping that he doesn't need to get a flight home at the end of tomorrow. Scott Mitchell's new darts are pretty jazzy, aren't they? The grip all at the back
140.
of the barrel.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me,
58.
does the actual part of the grip actually have a dog on it? Let's have a look up close now. There's a dog just on the inscription, just to the back end of the smoothened up grip.
121.
On brand, all on brand. Brand new dart from Scott Mitchell.
59.
Changed manufacturer, didn't he, for the first time in many years, Scott Mitchell. Doesn't seem to be hindering him. Many are saying that they feel it's one of the reasons that Michael Smith hasn't built on that World Championship win just yet.
133.
Well, a lot of it depends, I think, on the fact that if you've tinkered around with a lot of darts with a previous manufacturer, the change may not be a big difference. But if you've used a similar
100.
set for a long
Scott,
time
you
and you've
require
moved to a new
62.
manufacturer, that is possibly where the issues can come into play.
My usual starting point is it's not the darts. However, I've seen the elevation of Stephen Bunting this year, and I think with him, it has been a positive
Game
change.
shot on the second leg.
And that's a positive
Scott
outcome for Scott Mitchell as well. 15 darter. We're seeing some really good stuff today. Players in this group really turning it on, but the one that might be getting left behind is Andreas Toff Jorgensen. Hasn't been in this match. He's been a mere
Game on.
admirer of what the former world champion is doing.
But as things stand, the lowest averages of the day all belong to Andreas.
And the highest might belong to Mitchell if he carries on at this kind of level.
$123.
There's a gap of 35 points in the averages.
$100.
And we could be on course for a third straight 4-0 scoreline.
96.
That was after a succession of 4-3s and 4-2s. This group doesn't quite know how to make itself up at this present moment in time.
100.
And look what Scott's left again. 161 after 9. On a curve consistency from Scotty Dog.
134. Scott, you require 161.
Not going to take it out. Probably won't need to take it out. Would like to at least ensure a single 20, a treble
41.
preferably, but 120 is okay. It's better than 148, of course, but maybe, just maybe, Andreas Toff Jorgensen could find a way. But he's completely lost his way, hasn't he? Look at those darts. The first one was nearer tops than the treble.
120.
At this rate, he probably was better off shaking Scott Mitchell's hand after the first leg. Well, this for 3-0. Tops or 120.
100.
It's just below.
Andreas, you require 107.
107 then to suddenly firing a bolt from the blue and get into the game. Can still do it on treble 18. Everything is off at the moment for Toft.
27. Scott, you require 20.
2 10s for
Game shot on the
3-0.
third leg.
And Scott Mitchell is making light work of Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw
Well, coming up
first.
next, Richie
Game
Howson
on.
meets Justin Smith. And Adrian Gray will face Chris Wickenden, still without a win to his name in this
60.
group. Mitchell looking to go 3 from 3 here. And would already have a 4-point lead at the top of the table. It would inevitably change because one of Howson
60.
or Smith would close that gap. And you think that might be the match which tells Mitchell who is going to be the main rival at the top of the table. It is
100.
in the early stages looking like it's going to be a battle between those three.
Funny, there was a way we could speak to Scott to find out how he feels about it.
Well, 100.
Shall we mic him up tomorrow? Is that safe?
Might give us a day off.
137.
You get the sense that next game's bigger for Justin Smith to win than it is
60.
Richie Howson, possibly.
Although, having said that, if we are going to say they're the three favourites, Howson would have then lost to the two rivals in the group in back-to-back games. So
121.
also, the fact they've played, all of them have played early means, again, if it is going to be between those three, and we don't know at this point, they're going to play late tomorrow. It'll be a real crescendo of a finish. Group C on Friday.
41.
Always drama on a
Andreas
Friday
Require,
afternoon at the
83.
Super Series. Toff Jorgensen looking to get one back here. Mitchell with a bit of an off leg. But luckily for
47.
the Dorset man, it is against the darts as Toff Jorgensen leaves himself on double 18 upon his return.
Mitchell can kind of just cross this one out and prepare to serve it out in leg 5.
78. Andreas should require 36.
Got all the time he wants.
Game shot.
Time that he doesn't need.
Andreas
Back
Toff
to 3-1,
Jorgensen.
but this is the leg for Scott Mitchell. This is the one he has the darts in to seal a 4-1
Fifth leg,
success.
it's
It would
Scott to
make
throw
him
first.
3
Game
from
on.
3, the perfect hat-trick to kick off his day.
$140.
He had to have a max in this match, but that's his 4th 140.
180.
We have had a max in the match now, but it's come from the player losing it. He might need to hit another one to win this leg because Mitchell,
140.
although not perfect, is making rapid progress through the leg.
Andreas, who's got to the final visit of a
57.
potential 9-dart leg twice this week, has one hit against him by Andreas Harrison, but Mitchell here with back-to-back 140s has put himself in a great position to win the match.
100.
Andreas Harrison, for those who weren't watching earlier in the week, hit the perfect 9 on Monday and then had the perfect 10 on Tuesday and Wednesday with 10 successive victories. He qualified
60.
for finals night
Scott,
by
you
winning
require
Group A.
121.
Mitchell does not need to end on the ball here, which is why he declined a trip downstairs to treble 17.
83.
Well, that wasn't the intention.
Now then, Scott, straightforward, or do
64.
you split?
Scott, you require 38.
For the match and for a 3rd successive victory at the beginning of Group C.
He had a little wry smile on his face then. Just checking where it is there, Scott Mitchell. I think he was thinking it could have actually found its way into the
22.
double 7,
Andreas,
which would
you
have left
require
him
140.
double 12. But he had a little wry smile, and I think he could pretty much hear you in his head, Henry, going, will he split or go straight forward? As soon as he missed, he's thinking, them commentators are saying, I should have split. And maybe he should have. Oh,
132.
wrong side of the wire.
Scott, you require 16.
A scare for Scott Mitchell.
No score.
And he can't put it to bed.
Andreas, you require 8.
To bring it back to 3-2, and he looked out of this game, Andreas. But he may just find a route back in, and if he can find double 4, this is for the break. It returned the game to throw,
No score.
but it doesn't go. And so Mitchell
Scott, you
comes
require
back to
16.
finally finish the Dane off.
No score.
Too many.
Andreas, you
Well,
require
it all
8.
started with that wayward dart, didn't it? That hit the treble 1 when he wanted a single. And he's made a mess of it since then. Andreas Toff Jorgensen's made a mess of the number ring.
No score. Scott, you require 16.
To crawl over the line.
Game.
And Scott Mitchell
and the
eventually
match.
does get
Scott
the win. He
Mitchell.
toyed around for the last few visits of that one, Scotty Dog, and a loving embrace between him and Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He shakes his head. Yes, that was a scrappy last leg, wasn't it, Scott? But the substitute player is 3 from 3 at the top of Group C. He beats Andreas Toff Jorgensen by 4 legs to 1. And coming up after the break, Richie Howson and Justin Smith go toe-to-toe in what could be a heavyweight battle at the top of the group.
You are watching the MODUS Super Series, where it's been a really good standard of darts in Group C. Richie Howson taking on Justin Smith in the 8th game of 15 today. Both players that are tipped to do well in this group. And it's Scott Mitchell that's doing well right now. 3 wins from 3 for Mitchell, who was a late replacement.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
To the action this week. Played in Group A yesterday after a withdrawal from Norbert Attard, and then has made the most of his opportunity in Group C this week. So it's looking like Mitchell is going to be the benchmark in the group. In terms of standard, well, Howson has been maybe the best player if you look at the stats, but Justin Smith really turned up in his last match when he beat Chris Wickenden 4-0.
58.
That was after losing his opener to Andreas Toff Jorgensen, which now looks like a terrible result considering that Jorgensen has only won 1 leg in 2 matches since. But this game will give us an early indication
100.
as to which of this pair is the front runner to go through with Scott Mitchell, if that is how it plays out for the rest of the week.
And we kind of roughly know, based on the first couple of games, where both players are going to be. Richie Howson's going to be somewhere in the mid-90s range. He's going to take out some mid-range finishes. And when he gets opportunities at a double, he's going to, by and large, take them. For Justin Smith, you just get the feeling that he's going to have to put 3 or 4 points on his average. And more importantly than that, he's going to have to sharpen up on his doubles. Because even in that victory against Chris Wiggin, you know, it was 4-0. He did pass up a lot of opportunities to get legs one quicker.
Well, that's a good dart for him to stack off. That one's a difficult dart.
100.
But he puts the filling in the sandwich.
$85. Richie required 101.
The conventional way of taking out the 101. Double 16 for Richie Howson for 1-0 lead.
Richie Howson.
That's his 3rd ton-topping finish of the day. The 101 joins the 108 and the 116 to the catalogue of ton-plus outs he's had so far on Thursday.
Yeah, he's so good at those, isn't he? Something that's become really synonymous with his game. Those sort of 100 to 120 range finishers.
$60. $180.
Well, I asked you, Henry, earlier about the World Championship. What about closer to home this week at the Super Series? Obviously, we know one of the finalists. It would be easy to say Andreas Harrison, but
60.
who do you think the biggest rival for him might be this week?
For me, he's played at the same type of level for 3 days straight, and I don't think there's any signs of that deviating. I think John Henderson.
Yep, think it's a fair shout.
180.
And this is a fair leg for Justin Smith. Back-to-back 180s. Leave himself on 60 after 9.
60.
Stay out of the treble. Stay out of the trouble. We just stay miles away from that treble, but in doing so, somewhat blocks the double.
20.
Won't mind missing there with Howson way back on 3-2-1. We'll be back with a clear sight of the target, which is exactly what Rich Howson doesn't have there.
Justin, you require 40.
But still decided to stay there.
So, tops for Smith to level up.
20.
This is there, but at least it was that side of the wire. If he went inside, things could have got unnecessarily awkward for him. As you can see there, just lingering into the corner of the
140.
treble
Justin,
20.
required
Just
20.
applied some pressure on this.
Yep, and it's one of those types of finishers that he's very capable of producing. This is getting tricky for Justin Smith.
Game shot on the second leg.
That will
Justin
be a
Smith.
relief. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
That sort of stubbornness from Richie Howson may see him come a cropper at times. Now, that's a perfect dart. You can stay there and put another 6 darts on top of that.
180.
There's perhaps no better example of that than when he played in a 9-dart shootout here at the Super Series, where...
Yeah, refused to switch
96.
to win the shootout.
And then went out of the shootout.
Well, we know if he's going to hit a 9-darter, it'll be 2 180s. I mean, surely he's got to switch. Look at that. He's blocking half the bed. Richie.
60.
Who is the most stubborn darts player you've seen at the Super Series?
Really dobbing me in it now, aren't you? I mean, we mentioned a lot, don't we?
100.
Martin Adams, he likes to stay straight, but for him, he says, well, I practice on that particular target all the time, and so for him, he feels it's the best tack to complete a leg.
Yeah.
100.
Well, I drive on the left side of the road all the time, but if there's a car parked in front of me, I'm going to move out to the right to get past it.
$58. Richie requiring 161.
6 darts from here from 161. I think he'll start treble 20.
He'll stay there. He's going for it.
136.
That was a joke, by the way, before you start tweeting in.
That's going to be clipped up out of context.
140. Richie required 25.
Yep, conventional route on the 25. 2 8s. 2 8s.
Game shot on the third leg. Richie Howson.
I wish it was 2-0. 2-1. The owl. Get it? No? All right.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
We'll pretend that never happened.
140.
Now I know how you feel most of the time.
You said you were going to be kind to me.
100.
Oh, that was empathy, Henry. Smith showing no mercy here.
140.
Back-to-back ton 40s at the start of leg 4.
Averaging above the 90 mark. Howson pretty much playing to his stats for the day. 50% on the finishing, 92.62. Smith, 96.06. And that's despite those 6 darts Smith did a double in the game.
That's been the chink in the armour today, hasn't it, for Justin Smith? There's been a few times when he's been having too many
140.
darts at double in the same leg.
You just don't trust him to finish off a leg first time of asking, and that's going to be a major issue as the group goes on. But he is going to get a couple of bites of the cherry from 81. That's the good news for him.
Justin, you require 81.
Where does that saying come from?
45.
More another bite of the cherry. Has anyone ever consumed a cherry in more than one bite?
Honest, I don't have a clue.
140.
Well, this is the kind of
Justin,
position we were
required
talking about.
36.
On double 18, it can get tricky if you go inside with your first start. He just wants to hit this straight away and avoid that kind of occurrence again.
Game shot on the fourth
The
leg.
fact that he left the 2
Justin
markers
Smith.
outside opened up the bed for Justin Smith, and it's all square in this one. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just a reminder of how the group shapes up. Both players have won one and lost one so far today. So the victor will move on to 4 points, a couple behind the man at the top of the
100.
table, Scott Mitchell, the only man to have won every single game today. And won all 3, last-minute substitute, the 2015 world champion. Whilst Chris Wickerden's at the other end of that particular equation.
60.
He takes on Adrian Gray after this one, looking for his first victory of Thursday afternoon. For Howson, it will
40.
be attentions back to the Circus Tavern and to the World Seniors come February time, where you would fancy him as one of the favourites to go on and lift that title. Robert Thornton looking to pick up a hat-trick of titles in that particular competition.
140.
Then a Gates looking to complete the set of World Seniors TV titles in 2024.
That's amazing, the dominance we've seen from Gates and Thornton on the Seniors tour, that neither have won a week here. Both have come
45.
close.
Thornton has played here 9 times. He's made finals night 9 times, but is yet to get over the line, which when you consider, A, the amount of times he's made it through to this
100.
setup and the prolific nature, he's still winning tournaments. It does shock you, it has to be said.
Yeah, Gates came very close last time when he was
140.
beaten by Chaz Barstow, one of the 5 players already through to Champions Week in this series. Willie Borland, Andy Bolton
140.
made it through in the first couple of weeks.
As a matter of fact, Thornton has made 4 semi-finals from those 9 appearances and lost 2 finals in those 9 appearances.
83.
Well, the thing is, it becomes
Justin,
a thing,
requires
doesn't it? And we ask
61.
him about it every time he's here, and it'll be a little devil on the shoulder. Justin Smith, I think one of the issues, you raised it earlier, the counting can be a slight concern. 99 here, having made his decision, but he
52.
often seems to have not made his
Richie
decision
Recline,
by the time
93.
he's at the hockey, and maybe he'd be better advised to have that straight in his head before he's approaching the throat. Middle to bottom to top.
73.
And it presents an opportunity for Justin Smith to break.
Justin, you require 9.
Yeah, he's already missed 2 darts to do so. Double 4 will
Game
see him
shot on
take
the
that
big
chance,
play.
which he has.
Justin Smith.
3-2 and now throwing to win this match. A victory that would take him to second in the early
6th
table.
gets Justin to throw first. Game on.
He's outscored Richie in this game, which has afforded him opportunities at a double. He still had that fallibility when it's come to the outer
100.
ring, but 7 140s, 2 maximums as opposed to Richie's 4 140s and the solitary maxes, just giving him that extra go or 2 in legs.
41.
Adrian Gray taking on Chris Wickenden after this match, and then Andreas Toft Jorgensen
140.
back against Richie House. And Scott Mitchell's got a little bit of a break now, and he's earned it this week. He'll play Wickenden in 3 games' time.
43.
Probably see him lurking near the stage with a microphone in his hand, thinking it's time to have a chat about the day.
57.
I think he quite wants to have a chat about the day. This particular day. Every dog has his day, and he's having his so far.
And that was the famous line of Jim Proudfoot, wasn't it, when he won the Lakeside
41.
back in 2015. But it's got to go where credit's due here for Justin Smith. He's just kind of taken advantage of what has been a real lapse from Richie over the last
140.
leg and a half.
$45.
And the radar
Justin
really has
requires
gone off for the
64.
Owl. Head won't be turning, the head will be shaking as Smith comes back for 64 for the match. It's double eight to
Game,
complete the
shot,
job
and the
with a
match,
14
Justin
darter and a
Smith.
spurt towards the line. Just as Richie Howson just took his foot off the gas a little bit, Justin Smith a 4-2 victor against Richie Howson, and that moves him onto 4 points. 94.07 the average, and you can see there really in that third column down, the ton 40 plus, 9 compared to 4. That scoring power afforded him 14 opportunities at a double. He took 4 of them, and that is all that matters ultimately in this format. So Justin Smith gets the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2. Going after the break, Chris Wickenden looking to get his first win of the group when he takes on Adrian Gray. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Justin Smith get the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2. That doubles his points tally, and Adrian Gray looking to do likewise against Chris Wickenden, looking to get off the mark for Thursday here at the Super Series. Wickenden, who for the day is averaging around about 92, but
Game on.
has yet to pick up a win. That's your referee, Charlie Corsafine, in charge of all of the action. As in the past month, refereed his first PDC major final and refereed the WDF World Final between Andy Bartons and Chris Lamben, as Gray looks to land a max for the first visit of the match.
140.
Yeah, he's a busy boy, isn't he, Charlie? On every TV channel. I believe he's on Question Time tonight as well.
100.
Wonder what his thoughts are on the
100.
cost of living crisis.
But now we've seen some people from the world of darts on GB News. Hi Keith, hi Linda. If you are tuning in, probably the only 2 people that watch that channel.
60.
Well, is it going to be crisis for Chris Wickenden, a defeat in this match, and it's starting to look like a a lost cause, isn't it? It's not like Group A when
59.
you've got more to play for and longer to play for it. Lose your first 3 matches by Matthew Edgar's rule of 3. You have to win the rest to have any chance.
139.
Especially this week as well. What might help him is the fact that Scott Mitchell looks like he could be the big front runner, and so they'll hope that he stretches
97.
away a lead
Adrian
and everybody
requires
else just kind of
62.
has a close gap behind them in second, third and fourth respectively.
For darts, for double 16, and double 8. And Adrian
Game shot on
Gray
the
has certainly
first
found
leg.
his feet.
Adrian Gray. Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Won 3 legs in his first game. That was defeat to Scott Mitchell. Won all 4 legs in his second game against Andreas
58.
Toff-Jorgensen and has won the first in this one. Is he the one that's going to go under the radar a little bit?
The other thing as well is you've got to start worrying about Chris Wickenden a little bit
81.
because he lost his last game 4-0 against Justin Smith. Lost out in a last leg decider against Richie Howson.
100.
Is now on a 6-leg losing streak. And that's despite playing some good darts, it has to be said as well. But he missed 9 at a double against Justin Smith.
It never looks like he's getting
60.
heavily beaten, even when he's getting heavily beaten, does he, Chris Wickenden? He's just got that demeanour of sort of calmness, comfort.
I don't know about you, he feels like the type of
96.
player that if all the ingredients click and everything just gets put together at some point, when it does click, I think we're going to see something big from him in this competition. Brimming, isn't he?
60.
I think it's that word, isn't it? Confidence. And there's no better way to get it than winning and no better way to keep it than winning.
140.
And the company he's keeping as well is really going to help him. He's playing a lot of exhibitions on the exhibition circuit. So when you're spending time in a room with the likes of Gerwin Price, Johnny Clayton, et al., you're going to naturally learn a lot, and that's going to
100.
naturally make you
Christian
better.
Riccardi,
And you get
107.
afforded more opportunities. I think you'll see a better player as a consequence of it. He's got 6 on 107 to square this game up at 1 apiece.
40.
67 upon his return, but if Adrian Gray can chuck in a couple of trebles here, the complexion of this leg could change, and he'd then be threatening the break of throw.
100.
Solid ton,
Christian
just
Riccardi,
keeps Chris
67.
honest. Double 16.
35.
Doesn't go, and so Adrian can step in
Adrian, you require
with
100.
a ton on the nose.
Is he? I was going to ponder whether he's going to go
60.
top to top,
Christian
but
Riccardi,
he
32.
threw the darts. Wickenden. He can work off that. Oh, well, he's okay,
16.
but he won't be feeling okay.
Adrian, you require 40.
So the Chris miss, and now Adrian really can step in.
But he really shouldn't be getting this opportunity. 7th visit of a leg against the darts.
Game shot
But
on
he'll
the second
take it
leg.
nonetheless
Adrian
to
Gray.
break the throw and lead 2-0. You keep saying that phrase, I'll begin to think you're Phil
Third leg, it's
Bars.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Phil, who did step in, didn't he, for Scott Mitchell yesterday? He is a big fan of Christmas.
100.
Not that he's told anybody yet.
Such a fan that he works all the way through it.
24.
Oh, there we go. MODUS Super Series Christmas tree complete with David Evans ducks.
Not quite a partridge in a pear tree, is it?
22.
Yeah, the way we do things here, it's basically a duck in a spare tree.
96.
Definitely Phil's idea, wasn't it?
Well, can he fill it up?
100.
Well, going Gray's way so far. Wickenden with work to do, not just in this match, but in this group.
96.
By the way, that's not a Christmas shirt from Chris Wickenden. He always dresses like that.
95.
Paying homage to his favourite chain of restaurant with the same type
58.
shirt as perhaps the plates would be provided on.
$60. $40. Adrian, you require 124.
Well, it never rains, it pours when you're struggling at the bottom of the table. And that allows Adrian Gray 2 bites of this cherry.
$56.
So 68 remaining. Couple of trebles here from Chris would make things interesting. Mean that both players would be completely
57.
opposite trains of 4.
Adrian, you require 68.
This would be for a 7th leg in a row for Adrian Gray.
$36. Chris,
They
you
would have put him on
require
the cusp of back-to-back
130.
4-0 wins, but Chris Wickenden looking to ensure that he's not on the receiving end of back-to-back 4-0 defeats. But he misses the big number. He's not going to get a go at the bull.
Absolutely criminal, that.
68. Adrian, you
The
require
last
32.
visit was a bit of bad luck, but that one was just a mistake. Just needed a single for that go at the bull, as Henry said. Will he be punished?
24.
Not on this occasion.
Chris, you
But
require
even the last
62.
start went wrong for Wickenden, which means he needs to find a treble or 2 singles. Does get a treble. Well, you made your own mess here, Chris.
30.
Oh, and he can't quite make it right.
Adrian, you require 8.
3-0.
Game shot on the
And
third
3-0
leg.
it is, and Adrian
Adrian
Gray
Gray.
just doing enough so far. It hasn't been vintage by any means, but he's just been
Fourth
able
leg, it's
to
Chris
take
to throw
advantage
first.
of the
Game on.
opportunities and the misses that Chris Wickenden has afforded him. You can see in the background, he's as frustrated as anybody else, but at the minute, he's able to just get the job done.
43.
And that will be even more of a frustration to Chris Wickenden, because he will be thinking in his head, well, if I'm not going to win this match, I'm not going to win
45.
any match. Adrian Gray, nowhere near his highest standard. In fact, probably closer to his lowest standard, and Wickenden still
100.
losing the match 3-0.
$15 points below his lowest average of the day so far in that 4-3 defeat to Scott Mitchell. That's a bit more like it, and even a smile on the
180.
face of Adrian Gray. Maybe saving his best to last.
Oh, he's looking for a run of 8 successive legs won,
100.
and he's going to announce himself as a contender in this group, no doubt about it. Well, he gets his own bit of misfortune
39.
there. Felt that dart, the point just kind of hit the back of the barrel of the other dart.
You tell by the way it spat out the board at the bottom of the treble 20 segment, the barrel just colliding off the
85.
sisal before hitting the floor.
Yeah, the point just dragging its way down the dartboard, making its mark. Something that Wickenden is yet to do in this match. And may not get the opportunity to do in this match.
Even with a bouncer, Adrian Gray is in cruise control of this leg. He's going to get a go at 97 for 4-0 victory.
83. Adrian, you require 97.
Although it hasn't been a classic performance, it has just been enough. He's going to have 2 darts at tops of the match. The way that dart sits up, is that a help or a hindrance? It's perfectly fine. It's a perfect win for Adrian Gray. Back-to-back 4-0 victories for him. It's back-to-back 4-0 defeats for Chris Wickenden. And it's a bit of relief more than anything else for the conqueror, who conquers Chris 4-0. Those are stats, 33% on the doubles, but the scoring power wasn't there from either player, if the truth be told. We're off for a short break. Upon our return, Andreas Tov-Jorgensen and Richie Howson go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. We're at the MODUS Super Series. Group C is now 9 games deep. And here is what's happened so far. Scott Mitchell winning his opener 4-3 against Adrian Gray and going on to win all 3 of his games so far, beating Richie Howson and Andreas Tov-Jorgensen. Adrian Gray bounced back to that with 2 4-0 victories against Tov-Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden. And Justin Smith also has a couple of wins to his name. That all amounts to Scott Mitchell leading the league table on 6 points, 2 clear of Gray and Smith. Richie Howson, who started so well today with a 4-3 win against Wickenden, a really good performance on 2 points with Tov-Jorgensen, and Wickenden really struggling at the foot with 3 defeats, no points. and a long way back. So Howson looking to join Smith and Gray on 4 points. Toff Jorgensen with the same target in front of him. The pair playing their penultimate game of the opening day of the group, and it starts to become pivotal, Henry.
Particularly if you're Richie Howson, because he has just lost out to the two players who we said at the beginning of the day would be the prime contenders. And after he faces Andreas Toff Jorgensen here, his last match of the day is against Adrian Gray, who has emerged as a contender to potentially make his way through to Saturday night's final. Now, a lot of people tipped this man here, Richie Howson, the three-time finalist on the major circuit on the World Seniors Tour, to
First leg, it's
get out of
Andreas
this
to throw
group and
first.
potentially win the
Game
group as
on.
well. But he's not had it his own way one little bit, and that's despite, I'd say, setting the standard for this group as well. Averaged
100.
98.88, was 50% of the doubles in that win against Chris Wickenden. Lost out to Scott Mitchell with a 93.6 average, but it did drop by 10 points against Justin Smith. He kind of fell as the line approached in that particular
100.
match against the Bearded Dragon. That might be something we just look out for in the early exchanges of this particular match. As for Andreas, it feels like
47.
at the minute he's bringing up the rear of this group.
Yeah, it's a surprise, isn't it, that they're going into a game where actually Andreas could come out ahead of Richie Howson. The way they've started their days doesn't
91.
amount to the same amount of points on paper, but what can't speak can't lie. And it's one win apiece in the table. That will change here. I think for me, the worry for Andreas Toff Jorgensen is the inconsistency, not just leg by leg, but throw by throw, and he's struggling to group his darts very well, whereas Howson is pretty tight around that treble 20, if not in it. And he is in it with every single missile on this occasion. For Toff Jorgensen, it's one up, one down, and one somewhere in the middle.
And can something be said as well? He was been
60.
with
Richie
a
required
friend of his, Andreas Howson, in the
130.
practice room Monday to Wednesday. Andreas is somewhere in Portsmouth enjoying his time off for a couple of days. Whether that could be a factor as Howson looks to kick off with a 130. Well, he has
98.
decided to
Andreas
lay up.
required 154.
He does not think you're taking this out, Andreas. He may take this out. Not on this occasion. Howson back for 32. And when you
98.
consider how conventional Richie has been
32.
throughout the course of the day, that came as a bit of a surprise.
We're looking at that double eight again. That will be usable.
16.
But he hasn't used it
Andreas
at all,
required
and Toff
56.
Jorgensen can take the opening leg. Going 20 for double 18. There seems to be a
20.
big preference for that double
Richie
this week.
requires 16.
A lot of players choosing that target.
Howson is hoping it's the other side of the board that favours him. But now it's next door to
12.
double 18, but the double 4
Andreas
moves
requires
inside.
36.
And so Andreas Toff Jorgensen has another opportunity here to take out this opening leg. And Richie Howson's woes at the end of his last game are continuing at the beginning of this one.
Game shot
And
the
Toff
first
Jorgensen
leg. Andreas Toff
takes
Jorgensen.
advantage, giving himself a round of applause. We should all do that when we do a good job, shouldn't we?
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, for me, part of that reaction was surprise as well, and that's always a bit of a tell, isn't it? When you sort of finally have hit a double, it's not the most positive response
60.
to doing that. But he could be in a very positive position. If he wins this game, he will only be 2 points off the league leader, Scott Mitchell. He'll be
100.
level second place with Adrian Gray and Justin Smith. Although they do play in a couple of games' time, so one of them will get to 6. Scott Mitchell could get to 8 points. He could be almost home and hosed after today.
60.
Although he will be familiar with a rather infamous interview that was done with another Scott at the Super Series last year.
180.
Scott Walters won all 5 matches in Group C. and then was told by a foolish presenter that, well, you probably don't have to turn up tomorrow. Didn't mean it literally, Scott.
140.
Didn't qualify.
And then the next week, Chris Mason nearly did similar.
Yeah, still the only
68.
person to have sat in this commentary box to have won a week at the Super Series, Chris Mason's. Mitchell is trying to change that this week.
But 2 have played at a Champions Week because another commentator here did play at a Champions Week
60.
as an alternate.
Andreas requiring 153.
Go on then, Henry, put the viewers out of the
100.
misery.
Well, the first Champions Week, Chris Mason obviously went to play in it. And so we had to draft in a substitute, and Martin Adams sat in the commentary box and then played in the next Champions Week. That was a barrel of laughs.
145. Andreas requiring 50.
Most of the laughing was coming from him. Hope you're well, Martin, if you're watching. Look forward to seeing you again here soon.
$13.
And again,
Richie requiring
the misses
36.
just aren't close, are they, for Toff Jorgensen? Double 18.
Game shot on the second
And that's
leg.
in for Richie Howson to square this one up at 1 apiece.
It's just
Third
beginning
leg,
to look a
Andreas to
little
throw
bit like
first.
hard
Game on.
work for Richie Howson, who perhaps go completely against the grain when you consider the way he started the day.
100.
I think we thought after 2 matches, even in defeat to Scott Mitchell, we thought them 2 could well be the 2 that just set away with the rest of the group. But since the end of that game with Justin Smith, it's just been a little bit off kilter for the Owl.
100. $41.
Andreas, it is a drop-off from what we saw in Group A. Average over the course of 3 days of
100.
84.37 was 32% on the finishing, but there was signs yesterday that his level was just dropping. Yesterday, 80.75 average, 14 from 37 on the doubles as he finds a max to half the score. That was in comparison to a average of 86.21 on Tuesday. So the signs have kind of
91.
been there for Andreas. Doesn't want to wilter as the week heads towards its conclusion, but this has been an excellent leg. Maximum, got to be careful that he doesn't bust it here. And he played
129.
away from the 20 bed to try and ensure that he wasn't going to burst the score. Howson not on a finish, and so he should get 2 at tots, considering all is well, and he finds the big number. Could also go 19 double
60.
16.
Andreas requiring 51.
Well, no look.
43. Richie requiring 150.
Well, this is the Richie Howson conundrum, isn't it? He loves double 18, but he loves going for treble 20 as well.
134.
Good leave.
Andreas requiring
But will he
8.
get a go at it? Just struggles with adjusting, but he
Game shot on
makes
the
the
third
necessary
leg.
adjustment in the
Andreas
end.
Toff Jorgensen.
So 2-1 Jorgensen. Howson has his work cut
Fourth
out.
leg, it's Richie's to throw first. Game on.
1 from 8 on the doubles, uncharacteristic for him.
Well, Wickenden plays Scott Mitchell next. If he loses that, we're probably going to discount him from qualifying from this group.
26.
Richie Howson, if he loses this and then is beaten by Adrian Gray in his last game, we're going to have to say the same about him, despite the way he started it.
You'd have to go through the card to stand any chance, and even then that might not
180.
be enough as Andreas Toff Jorgensen kicks off leg 4 of a max, and maybe he's seeing what's happening up against him, and maybe he's growing in confidence and belief that he can actually
100.
beat Richie Howson.
He is more than capable of going through the card, Richie Howson, no doubt about that. But
100.
Be much easier to not put yourself in that position. I think this is a key game for him.
60.
A very glass half full type character is Richie, but even he will be
121.
seething with himself with the way that the last game and a half has gone. He can accept the Scott Mitchell game. He played well in that match, and it was just one of those that he lost out in. But the last couple, he feel like he should have got results from. He
44.
left potential points out there.
100.
This one ain't over yet, but it could be as good as if Jorgensen cleans up when he comes back and
60.
bags a break of throw. He'd be throwing for a 4-1 win.
Nobody would have had that before the off. In matter of fact, it was a
42.
5-2 outside of
Andreas
Andreas
required
with the bookies
40.
before this one got underway.
And that's with the throw.
Game shot on the fourth
That's how much of a favourite
Andreas
Richie Howson was.
Jorgensen.
But now he has the throw, Jorgensen, for a 4-1 defeat of the
Fifth leg, it's
three-time
Andreas to throw first. Game
televised
on.
World Seniors finalist. His day has certainly taken an unwanted plot
60.
twist.
Oh, we thought at the beginning of the
55.
session, we thought that the hour has come out to play by day, but
Might be good night come the end of it.
115.
a bit like an hour's head. He's done a full 360, really, hasn't he, the last couple of games?
Now this is good. This is better. Is this the way back? Is this the moment
123.
where it all starts to turn around again? He gets himself back into the leg. Jorgensen was threatening to run away with it.
140.
And he's got the hard end of this equation as well, because he's got to break twice. And it looks like he's going to fail at the first
85.
hurdle. He finds the trouble with the last dart, but Toff Jorgensen, 6 from 186 to seal a 4-1 victory, which would put him on to 4 points alongside Justin Smith and Adrian Gray. And just when we're having our doubts and
140.
concerns about him, he would put himself back in the picture.
Yeah, fair play to Andreas Toff Jorgensen. This has been a good performance while we've been
95. Andreas
sending out the
46.
SOS for Richie Howson. It's not escaped our attention how well Toff Jorgensen has played in this
Game,
match, and he's a
shot,
deserving
and the
winner
match.
of the match.
Andreas
A
Toff
4-1 win
Jorgensen.
for Andreas Toff Jorgensen that boosts his chances of qualifying, and in the process really hampers Howson's opportunities of making it through to finals night. The Dane does the job, an average of 91.3, and that's 9 points more than Richie Howson produced in that game. 7 darts missed at double from the Owl, leaving him in peril towards the bottom of the table. Things looking up for Toff Jorgensen, and coming next, it's the man at the top, Scott Mitchell, facing the man at the bottom, Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. There before the break, we saw Andreas Toff Jorgensen upset Richie Houghton with a 4-1 victory. The Dane averaging over 91 in that particular match, whilst Richie Houghton, well, he finds himself in a spot of bother, but it's been no bother for Scott Mitchell so far. These two have had the most contrasting days possible. The man on your screen, Scotty Dog, has won each of his opening 3 matches, whilst for Chris Wickenden, well, he's yet to get a win to his name. Pugs has played some good stuff, but it's been off kilter when it's mattered the most, and he is looking to win this all K9 in factor, or K9 factor, or fixture. Chris Murphy is alongside me in the commentary box.
Yeah, and the one little bit of hope, I suppose, for Pugs, Chris Wickenden, is that he did beat Scott Mitchell yesterday. Did it quite handsomely as well, a 4-1 success when they met on Wednesday, though, to be fair, Mitchell had not had the regular
100.
preparation. In fact, he was sat chatting to you, Henry, wasn't he, when he got the call and got pulled out by his collar?
Yeah, he was literally recording some pre-show content before he was escorted out by our players' marshal to play.
100.
Yeah, it was one of those when news broke that Norbert Attard would not be returning, having been taken ill. It was, have you got your darts, Scott? And he's always prepared.
43.
Pretty prepared for commentary as well. I've been the beneficiary of having his research. The most I've ever done.
140.
Gonna have to buy a new highlighter pen though.
He's got Mitchell to win every game today. It looks like he might be right. Have we got to the bottom of that? Is it a dog on his darts? Have we established that that's definitely the case? Or was it just a smudge?
$137. We will get to the bottom of it, but it's Wickenden who gets the better of the start here. Pugs leaving double 12 after 12, and it's been a slow start out the traps for Scotty Dog.
Christian required 24.
And Wickenden, who, as we said, won this match yesterday, making a solid start to it today in a 13 darter. Will do very nicely indeed.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
No, everybody's at home is now looking at those darts.
100.
Forensically inspecting the barrels for a sighting of a canine creature.
Been writing down plots for movies again, Murph.
Here we go. Can you spot the dog? I can't see one. Is that it? I think it's just a smudge. Is it a dog or a smudge? Still can't work it out. Yeah, it does look like the one on the back of his shirt, to be fair. I'll give you that, Henry. Well spotted.
100.
Well, decent darts all the same. And we get confirmation.
$55.
There we go. Well, 3 darts, £5,000 on offer, 12 players, but just one question. Dog or no dog?
140.
Absolute banker of a format. Well, his tail will be wagging after that particular visit, and it forces Wickenden to take out the 161.
Well, it's forced him to take it out, but he won't take it out. It was a 13 dart holder throw for Wickenden in leg 1. And it's a 13 dart holder throw for Mitchell in leg 2.
We said we've been treated
Third
to
leg,
a
it's Chris
very
to
good
throw
standard
first.
in
Game on.
Group C this afternoon. Sometimes accusations can be pointed that in this particular group we see one or two games just below par, but there's been nothing below par about this particular
139.
session.
Yeah, very good standard. This game, an example of it. Mitchell's in beast mode at the moment. You've got to feel a bit sorry for Chris Wickenden. There have been games, yeah, the last one against Gray
140.
wasn't at the races at all, but the other games, he's played decent stuff and hasn't got a point to his name.
Might have been the story of his week. Averaged
99.
83 yesterday. Overall average for Group A was 84.72. Better averages than Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Bradley Roos, respectively. 35% when it came to the doubles. It was only good enough for a 5th place finish.
125.
Well, it's an important game, this. Wickenden wins it and the group's well balanced. There's only 4 points between top and bottom. If Mitchell wins it, there are 8 points between him and Chris Wickenden. But crucially, 4 points between him and the chasing pack.
100.
Incredible
Christian
turnaround from the
McCoy,
player that finished
83.
7th in Group A.
Good dart. It's getting better, this game.
Game shot on the
Well, hold the
third
front
leg.
page, hold
Chris
the back
Wickenden.
page. Hold every page, because Chris Wickenden is in danger of producing by far the best performance he's ever produced. 3 legs into this game, and
Fourth
he
leg,
is
it's Scott to
averaging
throw first. Game on.
staggering figures. 116.68. And Scott Mitchell ain't doing so bad either.
Never averaged above a ton in televised play as Chris Wickenden.
100.
Have to go wrong for that not to change here.
97.
These two players are throwing bombs at each other on throw.
$99.
Mitchell leaving himself on 167 after 9. So Wickenden can only leave a finish with a max, and that's not going to happen there.
Well, this game so far, 13, 13, 12.
58. Scott, you require 167.
Scotty Dog won't need a dozen data on this occasion.
$81.
Going to come back for 86 to square up at 2-2.
$100. Scott, you require 86.
He's got the luxury of time to do exactly that. So doesn't have to chase the bullseye, and that's why he steps back. The natural mind would be to go for another 18, but he recalibrates across the board to leave himself on double
Game
16
shot on
and
the
to
fourth leg.
level this game
Scott
up at
Mitchell.
2 apiece.
Yeah, such an enjoyable game, this.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw
Everything
first.
in-
Game on.
4 and 5 visits. Both players averaging in 3 figures. Only one double missed in the match.
100.
And that didn't matter. It's been pretty much perfect from the pair of them.
40.
Thanks, Scott.
At what point does Chris Wickenden think, not again?
Yeah, whatever he seems to do, his opponent
60.
just seems to play a little bit better. So he played at the bottom end of his game against Adrian Gray, who just managed to play a little bit better, even though he wouldn't have been happy with his performance. Here he is playing at the top end of his game, and Scott Mitchell won't go away.
85.
Scotty Dog snapping at his ankles.
He's perfected that pout as well, hasn't he, Scott Mitchell? He's going to be
99.
best in show if he carries on like this.
Suppose the winner would raise the
100.
roof in this particular encounter.
You've got a posh dog if he says woof.
60.
Perfectly pitched.
100.
But no finish, so Wicken still in command of this leg.
$96.
Those who sound nicely for trouble with the third. That's
100.
exactly what Scott
Christian
finds.
Mackay, 86.
So Wicked to put himself 3-2 in front. He may just be a dart at the ball on the back of this. Single. Leaves the middle portion of the board.
61.
Doesn't go, and so Mitchell for the break.
Scott requires 76.
It's been the longest leg of the match, but it could be the most important. Chooses double 18.
40.
Can't hit it.
Christian required 25.
No, break point missed. Missed to go a leg away. Double 8. Just nudge that across.
Game
Yes
shot on
is
the
the
fifth
answer.
leg.
That first dart
Chris
was such a
Wickenden.
succulent guide for Chris Wickenden, and he moves in front 3-2. And
Sixth
Scott
leg, it's
Mitchell,
Scott to throw first.
who could have
Game on.
perhaps should have been throwing for the match, is throwing to stay in it now.
Did have that 4-3 earlier on. He had to come from behind to beat Adrian Gray. Managed it.
100.
Can he do the same against Chris Wickenden? Or will Wickenden get his first win in the group? If he does,
60.
inexplicably, Richie Howson will be joint bottom of the table.
I don't think anybody had that on their particular card at the beginning of the
140.
day.
$140.
I know guide one past the dart
60.
below the treble, but couldn't manage it.
Is he just controlling his pace a bit more now, Scott? Just the way he's walking back down the oche. Is he just trying to put things back in his
60.
favour a bit more?
Yeah, well, you've all heard the story. He's told it himself plenty of times, but it does come from a mental coach, doesn't it, that he went to see, that actually playing at the same pace, keeping everything calm and slow, could actually aid
100.
him producing his best darts. It's a routine. There's a lot to be said for a routine.
What's one of them?
83. Scott, you require 101.
A 101 for 3-3. Not going to go. Wickenden will get a chance. It's an outside chance, but it is a chance all the same.
And it was this 158
93.
which really
Christian
changed Scott
Mackay,
Mitchell's world final
158.
against Martin Adams back in 2015. He may see it hit against him in defeat if Wigan could have finished in a flashy style, but it's not going to happen. And so Mitchell to send us all the way to a last leg, looking at double
45.
four. He's
Scott,
2
you
from 3 on the
require eight.
doubles.
Can't afford to miss. Has
4.
missed. And Wickenden now the much better opportunity, though he will be kicking himself but not
Pressure
getting down
required
below a ton.
113.
Get on the board to get off the mark. So one dart in his hand, a double 18 for the match,
95.
but it goes inside, and
Scott,
so
you
Mitchell
require
returns
4.
to send us the distance. Double 2 is what he's looking at. And
Game
double
shot
2 is what he
stick
gets,
play.
and we go
Scott
all the way
Mitchell.
to a last leg decider. Scott Mitchell, who hasn't lost so far today. Chris Wickenden, who hasn't won so far today.
Seventh final
Is it
leg.
going to
It's
be a
Chris to
case
throw
of
first.
status quo,
Game
or are
on.
the tables going to be of a turning?
Well, usually you would back the player with the throw to win a last leg decider when all things are equal, but the little preamble to your sentence,
100.
Henry, Wickenden hasn't won, Mitchell hasn't lost, probably changes things mentally for the pair of them, doesn't it?
You look at the way this game's been played.
100.
You get the sense that this is going to be one in and around the 6 visit range. And it probably will get done first dart in hand.
Brilliant.
180.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, he hasn't picked up any points, but you wouldn't know it, having availed 180. The stats are very similar, both averaging
100.
low to mid 90s. 12 tons after that one for Scott Mitchell, 9 for Wickenden, 5 140s for Scott, 3 for Wickenden, but 2 180s to Scott's none. And then 3 out of 7
125.
for the pair of them on the doubles, and the highest checkout is both in the 80s.
So 96 for the match, and Wickenden is going to get a couple of goes to complete the job
41.
and condemn
Chris requiring 96.
Mitchell to his first defeat of Thursday at the Super Series. It'd be for his first victory.
Is he playing safe
56.
here? That was a long way away from any treble. Has he just decided to tee up tops because he knows Scott Mitchell's on 260?
Guarantee free in hand at this turn, quite possibly. He knows he's now got the guarantee.
60.
Well, he's got the guarantee of as much time as he wants,
Chris
realistically, now.
40.
He's got 6 for the match at tops to pick up his first victory.
If he wants to play really safe, he could go for an 8 here. Because he doesn't want to go inside on 20 and then inside on 10.
Game,
But he hits
shot,
the double
and
and he wins the match.
Chris
It's the first
Wickenden.
win for Wickenden and a first defeat for Scott Mitchell. A turn up for the books, but he was more than worth the win there, Wickenden. A 94 average in the end. A really decent start to that game, and Wickenden just stayed there, kept that level. There you see the stats, 2 180s for him, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and crucially landing that double 10 to cross the line with a really good closing out of the game. He did that in 15 darts, and it's points on the board for Wickenden, and the group now starts to bunch up. Justin Smith and Adrian Gray will go head-to-head next. Whoever wins that match will be level on points with Scott Mitchell at the top of the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw roles reverse as Chris Wickenden picked up his first win and Scott Mitchell suffered his first defeat. A 4-3 victory for Pugs gets him on the board. And so it opens up the door here for Justin Smith and Adrian Gray. Both players on 4 points after 3 rounds of matches, 2 wins and a defeat to their name. And the victor will join Scott Mitchell on 6 points. And if Adrian Gray will get victory in this one, he will go top of the table. If Justin Smith wins this game by a 4-2 or better scoreline, he will also go top of the pile. And Scott Mitchell, who we're talking about as a potential contender to go through the card, would then find himself in second spot. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, they have Justin Smith on as the very heavy favourite, 4-9 in the running with the bookies, 13-8 the outsider Adrian Gray, but those odds compiled at the beginning of the day, and he has played much better than those odds suggest. Justin Smith, it's been a case of when he's been on, but there has been that odd cold spell in there as well.
Yeah, he started slow, didn't he?
180.
Beaten by Andreas Toff Jorgensen 4-2. But he's been pretty good since then. 4-0 win against Chris Wickenden, 4-2 against Richie Howson, who's now in peril at the bottom of the table. But the good news really for everyone is that defeat for Scott Mitchell at the top. And it's
65. Justin
nailed certainty that whoever wins this match will occupy top of the table themselves. Gray certainly will. He's got the best leg difference in the group. Smith is only 1 leg behind
64.
Mitchell.
Adrian, you require 116.
When do we start talking about Adrian Gray as a serious contender? Now?
Maybe now.
98.
Just inside of the 116. That would have been his third top of the day. If he wins this game, he is bang in play. But Justin Smith looking for 97 to go 1-0 up. This could be an important battle, actually, in terms of the group. And so striking the first
85.
blow could be also pivotal.
Adrian,
and both players have missed
18.
stars to take out this opening leg.
Yeah, Gray missing double 18. Is there a special bonus today for winning legs on double 18? I can't remember a day where I've seen so many attempts at that same target from different players. But the problem with double 18 is double 9.
No score.
And that proves to be a problem for Adrian Gray.
Justin, you require 12.
And so it gives Justin Smith another go at double 6.
And the problem with double 6 is double 3.
6.
And the problem with missing is you give your opponent opportunities.
Well, missed 3 darts at double 9 in his last visit. All of them outside. Maybe too safe. Needs to attack it. Attack it, Adrian.
Game shot on the first
And that's
leg.
exactly what he does.
Gray.
And gets a breaker throw in leg 1.
Opportunity
Second leg,
passing
it's
Justin
Adrian to
Smith
throw
by,
first.
and
Game on.
well, it looks like it's all flashing before his eyes. He's like a coiled spring, isn't he, the bearded dragon? Cannot stand still, can he?
140.
Pacing up and down the oki, moving his feet, twiddling his thumbs.
60.
You don't want to be stood next to him waiting for a bus, would you?
$96. 140.
Only needed that 1 treble, but he's got himself 2.
133.
Always a nice little 6-dart combo, isn't it? 1-3-3, followed by 1-3-2. Won't have any need to go
100.
the bullseye route
Adrian,
here.
you require 132.
In his head now, he's probably just thinking leave 32. Not even thinking about the checkout.
He did something similar, didn't he, earlier on in the day, but he's not going to do what he did earlier on and leave double 16 with this turn. He'll leave 78, which is handy enough, but it's pressurable from Justin Smith here. Very pressurable.
139.
Threatening the break back if
Adrian,
this doesn't
you require
go.
78.
Tops.
58.
Dragged below. And that first dart, because it
Justin
sat
requires
down, was quite a nice
62.
sight there for Adrian, but it didn't go. And so Smith 62 to level this game back up.
Only the one dart. A double 16.
46.
And he needed more.
Adrian, you require 20.
Well, both players conceivably could be 2-0 up in this match.
Game
It's
shot.
Adrian Gray that is. 2-0 he leads. And this has kind of been the story of Justin Smith's day. He's been missing doubles like
Game on.
they've been going out of fashion, but this time he's being punished by Adrian Gray, whereas perhaps in his previous
100.
matches he hasn't as much.
But Adrian Gray could have won all his matches so far. He's in really strong positions. Missed match darts in game 1 against Scott Mitchell. Won his next 2. He's
100.
halfway to winning this one. And he plays Richie Howson last. Now, if that goes away of Gray, and then Scott Mitchell beats Smith in the last game,
41.
Richie Howson would find himself 6 points off the top 2 with just tomorrow to play. It's very rare you see that kind of
60.
deficit overturned.
Not inconceivable, but it would be improbable. But if there's a player that could do that, it would be Richie Howson. But even for him, it'd be such a big task on Friday to do exactly that.
Kind of the player that didn't want that last result.
60.
When you are not in the best position in the table, you want, in this group, the league leader to run away with it, to win every match and leave second place vulnerable, leave it open. You don't want a couple of players to be pulling away.
60.
Still a bit of a phantom throw there from Adrian Gray. Becoming the in thing.
Yeah, touch of the Daryl Pilgrims, Cam Crabtrees. They haven't done bad with it, have they? And it worked.
180.
Manifest into reality.
140. Adrian, you require 101.
Of course. He doesn't do it this time, so he won't hit this. Not a chance.
69.
Told you.
Justin, you require 120.
Well, this is just to keep him in the game. 120 for Justin Smith. What can he see of that? It might have to be ball, this. Doesn't find it. And so Adrian Gray
58.
back for double 16 for
Adrian,
the double
you require
break.
32.
Had the look of a man that didn't want to go ball, didn't he? And it's all going Gray's way at the moment.
Game shot on the
3-0.
third leg.
2
Adrian
breaks.
Gray.
And on course for 3 wins out of 4.
And those 3 victories being by a
Fourth
scoreline
leg,
to
it's
0
Adrian to throw
potentially as
first.
well.
Game on.
He's only conceded 4 legs all day and they all came in the defeat to Scott Mitchell.
$59.
Yeah, it's dominant stuff. We were saying, when do we start talking about Adrian Gray as a contender? I think we're now just talking about him
100.
as the man to beat, the one to stop.
Well, he was the unknown quantity, wasn't he, in the field? Not that we don't know, we know how good he is, but we didn't know how he was going to react to this particular stage. We've got numbers for him, and his numbers for the year was 81-88, 31.2% when it came to the finishing. So we knew there was a standard there. We knew you had to react to that type of stage
140.
environment. Well, he's doing that and to some tune here today.
I'll be honest, I worried for him the manner he lost that opening match. The fact that he missed 3 darts to go 3-0 up, the fact that he missed a couple of darts to win the game. Often you see
41.
debutants sort of fold after that, and he's done the exact opposite. He's got stronger and stronger.
If you take out the game against Chris Wickenden, his numbers are 87-32, 91.09, 30%, 40% on the doubles in those particular matches. In this one, averaging 89.15, 25% when it comes to the doubling.
Even
100.
getting
Justin, you require
12 darts at double in 3
161.
legs shows you how good his scoring's been. 3 180s in this game.
97.
And he's going to get the chance to win this one 4-0 as
Adrian,
well.
you require
It would be a run of 12
121.
unanswered legs and 3 straight wins, whitewash wins for Gray. Darts on the 17s, so moves to the 18s, but doesn't get near that. And it's another opportunity
41.
for Justin Smith in this game. He's missed 5 darts at double
Justin,
so far.
requires 64.
How many more does he get?
He went straight back to the table. He knows this is a do or die moment. He's going to get a dart at tots to save the match,
44.
which drags below. And that might be that for the
Adrian, you
bearded
require
dragon.
80.
Gray back for 80 to till a hat-trick of 4-0 wins. Gonna be 1 dart at tops.
Game,
And
shot,
it is a 4-0 win for Adrian Gray. A
Gray.
hat-trick of 4-0 wins for Adrian Gray as he begins to assert his authority on Group C. He's top of the pile now, and we've got the better of Justin Smith, who can see the funny side of proceeding, but he would have felt that there was an opportunity missed there to potentially go top of the table. A 4-0 win for Adrian Gray, 87 the average, 30% on the finishing. For Justin Smith, well, the story of his day has been opportunities at a double being missed, and he was made to pay in that particular encounter. Coming up after the break, we kick off the final round of matches when we see Chris Wickenden and Andreas Tov Jorgensen go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there are just 3 games left in the opening day of the Group C action, and the table now looks like this. Adrian Gray, after a hat-trick of 4-0 wins, top of it, level on points with Scott Mitchell, who was beaten by Chris Wickenden last time out. Justin Smith and Andreas Tov Jorgensen sitting in the middle on 4 points, and Richie Howson and Chris Wickenden at the foot of the field with 2. Now, Henry Deacon and myself, Chris Murphy, were just looking through the remaining fixtures, and there were a couple of possibilities that are really interesting. If Chris Wickenden wins this game against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, Richie Howson then manages to beat Adrian Gray, and Justin Smith sees off Scott Mitchell in the last match, and the table will go into tomorrow 3 players on 6 points, 3 players on 4 points. However, of course, Henry, if those results go the other way, then it looks like 3 are fighting it out and 3 are effectively out.
Could be game on or game over scenarios for some of the fields. Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden next up to the Oki. And
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
despite Andreas
Game
being
on.
on 4 and Chris being on 2, you'd say that their actual days in terms of performances should be flip-flop the other way round.
$66.
A reminder, of course, that the fixtures are reversed tomorrow, so whoever wins, if Wickenden, say, wins this match, their game early tomorrow might determine which of them is in the race.
100.
The race that Wickenden looked out of, but we said when he lost 3 matches, he had to win the rest. Well, he's made the first step, hasn't he, by beating Scott Mitchell and keeping him honest. But maybe more pertinently,
95.
Scott Mitchell against Adrian Gray will be the last match of tomorrow's session.
Both will be hoping that's a dead rubber and they can both have a
59.
victory lap going into Saturday night's final, but the others will be hoping that one of them's out the equation. Or maybe both could be out the equation, who knows?
40.
Always a bit of darting drama on a Friday at the Super Series.
58.
And we will see that in Group B as well. That gets underway tonight. Don't forget, 10 p.m. is
100.
tungsten time. 10 p.m. is turtle time as David Schlichting returns to Portsmouth. Flew in from Berlin this morning.
40.
He takes on Bradley Roos in the evening's opener. Alex Small also in action against Big John Henderson in the second match of the night. And then
90.
Hopai Puha, who's preparing for a tilt at the World Championship. But Ali Paddy also part of the field.
The game one's going to see a turtle and a
140.
stork. George
Christian
Earl should have
110.
stopped writing those stories, really. 110 for Wickenden for the opening leg.
Yeah, game 2, Small Alec and Big John.
40. Andreas should require 104.
That's not the worst combination of names when he's played at the Super Series.
That much is true. Choices. Well, he went 4 tops, but I'm surprised he did. He must have been able to see
81.
the full
Christian
area of
requires
that
70.
double, but took his eye off the ball on the single, and you can't afford to do that.
Because you get punished. 2-8 for Wickenden.
Game shot on the first leg.
Wall 1
Chris
of Watts
Wickenden.
Harrington School. Don't miss the big number.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. 100. 41. 60. 55.
Well, high hopes tonight, but this afternoon there is business to
60.
attend to for the 6 players battling out in Group C. I would say must win for Chris Wickenden, and I would say
100.
must win for Richie Howson.
Completely agree. You sense Howson actually may have to do the double in that particular fixture. Remember, fixtures are
41.
verse, as we say, tomorrow. So Howson will have the darts against Adrian Gray in the second fixture of tomorrow's session. And Mitchell against Smith could also have that relevant importance too.
100.
But Chris Wickenden, who started his day with 3 defeats, is looking to get 2 wins on the spin to round off day 1. Making steady enough progress here. Hasn't been his best performance, not by a considerable margin, but both players maybe just a bit of tiredness towards the end of the day might be wearing in a bit.
135.
103 for one
Andreas to
apiece.
Mackay, 103.
Wickenden took out
47.
exactly 70 to
Chris
win the first leg of the
70.
game. Treble 18, double 8 is how he did it. But he can still do it. 19 leaves the bull, treble 19 leaves double 6. Just in the big number.
37.
And nowhere near the bullseye.
Andreas to Mackay, 56.
None of those 3 darts look likely in any way, shape or form. As Toff Jorgensen comes back for Tots to level up at 1 apiece. There was more clinicism about that from Tofty as he levels this game at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $55.
Radar just going off kilter a little bit for Pugs. We're talking about Andreas starting the day slowly. We're hoping to end the day in quick fashion as he musters a max of his first visit of leg 3.
But it's so often with players that are a little bit hit and miss that we were talking earlier in the day that his darts were not being grouped very well. They were throwing darts that were closer to double top than treble 20. But they are the players that when it's on, it's on. When it's good, it's good. And when it's bad, it's terrible. And it's usually consistency that wins the day over a week for the Super Series. But that's why Toff Jorgensen's been on a 9-darter twice, for example, this week.
81.
And in any given match, he can produce a performance. So if he can find a way through to finals night, that's when it all changes, isn't it? Suddenly it's not about consistency and
77.
Win after win, game after game. It's one match at a time, knockout, and it may well suit him should he get there.
But also, what shouldn't be taken out of context is the fact that back home in Denmark, sometimes he's allowed to get away with those types of performances.
144.
Yes, there's good players in that territory, but they don't put him under the pump quite like they do here all the time. He's not going to take out the 144. I was speaking to him earlier on in the week, and he's saying there's probably about 10 players in that region that can all play at a similar range, but below that, there's perhaps a little bit of a dearth in terms of quality, which they're trying to reduce that gap from, and maybe that's where sometimes this week he's been found wanting.
Andreas required 36. Four.
Well, that could have been worse.
139.
You're better off missing by that much that you leave double 16 rather than double 9.
$59. Andreas required
Double 16 for the
32.
break in a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third
Found
leg.
for the break,
Andreas
and Toff Jorgensen leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Walking to the back of the stage there, Toff Jorgensen, just having a look at his approach and the way that he stands at the hockey.
57.
Just stands over a little bit, doesn't he, Andreas? Let's have a little bit of a closer look at that now.
43. $100.
A reminder of the remaining fixtures. Adrian Gray against Richie House in a big match between the man at the top and one near the bottom. Could actually be bottom if Wickenden wins this one. And then Scott Mitchell against Justin Smith. Mitchell 2 points clear of Smith at the moment.
60.
But it could all get very congested at the top of the table. In fact, all the way through the table if results go a certain way here. Could still be a scenario
100.
where Toff Jorgensen ends the day joint top. It would mean a 4-way tie at the top of the table if that were to play out.
94.
Bringing Abacus Day tomorrow. Don't forget, double session day at the Super
100.
Series. Back tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. There'll be plenty of bonus content as well as the live darts
60.
available for you.
Christopher 136.
You may well see a 136 as part of our highlights package.
A real highlight. Coming up next with the 130.
100.
60.
Andreas should require
20
130.
bull. Or 2060 bull. And it's another attempt at double 18 for Chris Wickenden instead.
36.
Seen loads of attempts at this double. Not many of them successful, it has to be said. And that one's not either, but it does leave another double. Double 14. Across the board, in the
Game
bed,
shot on
all
the fourth
square.
leg.
And a
Chris
breaker throw
Wickenden.
as well. 2-2.
Level we are.
Fifth leg. it's
Wickenden
Chris
with
to
the
throw
darts in the
first.
fifth.
Game
And
on.
Andreas coiling at the back of the stage. Well, he's gone from an excitable beaver into a man of zen in the background.
97. 81. 55.
Just get the feeling this game has threatened moments but hasn't quite materialised in it.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest game we've seen today. Not going to
58.
sugar the pill. It has been a attritional battle so far. Both players have produced much better. We know they can, so it will just take one
58.
to put the foot down. But that's been the way for Wickenden in all of his matches. His opponent has basically matched his level, and he's come out the loser in 3 of the 4.
121.
And that's why the closing leg against Scott Mitchell was all the more impressive.
140.
140 for Wickenden, leads him down on 151. Toff Jorgensen with a couple of trebles, really can threaten the breaker throw.
140.
Leaves himself on 101. And
Christian
so
McCoy, 151.
Wickenden to lead 3-2, wants 151. Not going to go, and so Toff Jorgensen does have the break chance. Only needs the solitary treble to leave himself on a double.
85. Andreas McCoy, 101.
Yes. Oh, double 18. They just have to go for that double.
65. Christian
And
McCoy,
Wickenden
66.
could go for it as well if he finds a treble 10. Well, he's changed the route on that. He went for treble 18 instead. Now he needs to bed the bullseye.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
pins
leg.
it perfectly.
Chris Wickenden.
Wickenden leads 3-2. And this could be some turnaround, some salvage
Sixth leg. It's
of what
Andreas
was
to throw
looking like a
first. Game
disastrous
on.
day for Chris Wickenden. 3 straight defeats, but if he can end with 2 wins, who knows? Maybe, just maybe,
41.
the promised land of finals night beckons. And don't forget, you could be here as well. If you haven't made plans for your
55.
Christmas party, why not come down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Saturday night, just a couple of quid booking fee. You can even get a
40.
photo with Henry Deacon, but it's not compulsory. Scan that QR code. It'll take you to the ticket page at dartshop.tv. Secure yours, not just for this week, but for any week of the
100.
series, including the Champions Week, the big finale in February. Always a good night to be had. You will enjoy it. It's a very unique
140.
kind of night at the darts here, up close and personal. The VIP experience. Sell it more. Oh, sorry, I wasn't going to read that bit out.
$81.
Airport photos are a $5.
Is that all you're giving them?
11.
Well, a couple of fives that he didn't want there. And Wickenden is closing in on the win.
$87.
After those first couple of games, he'll feel, when he was chasing and chasing, he'll feel like it's job done to a certain degree,
102.
Chris Wickenden. Would have been what he wanted at the start of the day, but he will accept it at the end if he can pick up a couple of wins.
But if Jorgensen is going to win this match, he's going to have to take out 167.
Andreas should require 167.
And he's not going to do that. So top for Wickenden to end the day with a
60.
brace of victories.
For
Chris
4-2
required
success
40.
to just keep him in the mix. To just keep him in the periphery
Game,
in
shot,
terms of
and the match,
qualification.
Chris
And
Wickenden.
Chris Wickenden gets the better of Andreas Tovjorgensen by 4 legs to 2. A victory for Pugs, which ends his day with back-to-back victories. Not quite the impressive style of the one against Scott Mitchell, but a win is a win nonetheless. That's the tail of the tape, an 80 average, 4 from 7. When it came to the finishing, Wickenden beats Tovjorgensen by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, it feels like must-win territory for Richie Housen as he takes on the man who is top of the pile in Group C, and that is Adrian Gray. Right then, couple more games to go here at the MODUS Super Series, and you sense that it's must-win time for Richie Housen. He was the favourite of many going into today's action, but he finds himself languishing down the bottom end of the table, at the root of the table. Just one victory to his name so far today, and that was in his first game of the day. He takes on Adrian Gray, who since defeat to Scott Mitchell in his opening encounter, hasn't lost a leg since. 3 wins in a row. Well, you'd say on the form guide it would be a comprehensive win for Adrian Gray, but we expect Richie Housen to possibly finish with a flourish in this one.
Yeah, at the start of the day, you would have said Howson to win this one. But at the end of the day,
First
looking
leg,
like
it's Adrian
great.
to throw first. Game on.
Charlie Corsafin, the referee, calls game on for the penultimate time in this session. The last one, Scott Mitchell against Justin Smith. Still that possibility that there could just be 2 points separating the entire group.
95.
It would mean Howson winning this and then Smith beating Mitchell.
Start of the day, Adrian Gray was 6-5 against to win this match, and Richie Howson was 8-13 on to take the spoils and take the honours in this one.
41.
But it's been a slow start to this last game of the day for Adrian Gray. For Richie, he's had a real dip, hasn't he, in the middle portion of the session. The last couple of games was kind of against the sort of grain that we come to expect from him.
Just telling himself to calm down a little bit, slowing things down. Having a close look at the equipment there.
55.
You need a close look. You see the angle as well of Howson's darts here. That's why if they go above the treble, we
100.
wonder why he doesn't switch. Ghost darts from Adrian Gray a little bit. It was sort of half a ghost dart, wasn't it? A practice swing. He seems to have just slowed down a little bit on approach.
45.
Which feels strange because that's usually something we associate with a player who's just struggling a little bit. Whereas for Adrian, he's kind of on cloud 9 in the minute, really, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's 12 straight legs won. It's almost frustrating. You made a great point earlier, Henry,
100.
that he only lost 4 legs and they were all in the same match. Spread those out and you've got a perfect day, haven't you?
But I feel like no matter what the outcome of this game is for Adrian, he'll be satisfied enough with what he's done today. 6 points really puts you in proceedings.
Yeah, good day's work for Adrian Gray, for Richie Howson. He is pretty much tiptoeing across the tungsten tightrope. No real safety net. Has to win and then keep winning. But he'll sleep a little easier tonight if he does get a victory in this one.
Well, he's got double 18 to take out the first leg, Howson. He'll be against the throw, against the darts, but that first couple of darts, they don't look nice, but he finds the double with the third. He sandwiches it through the middle of the first 2 to get the opening leg break.
Yeah, probably didn't do justice how hard that was.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
From your vantage point watching, it looked like it was open, but the way his darts lie, that would have been very, very difficult. But he is really adept at dealing with it, isn't he, Richie Howson? Doesn't
100.
seem to hinder him the way that it looks like it should. Now we see again a practice swing from Adrian Gray, and a long pause before he actually approaches the hockey, then a long pause when he gets there.
Been spending too much time with Scott Mitchell.
90.
This is new. We haven't seen much of this today, and as Henry rightly surmised, usually it's associated with a player who's trying to find something. Well,
55.
Adrian Gray's just lost something. He's lost a leg for the first time in 13.
But there has been a residual drop, though, in performance in this game. Maybe he's just feeling the
100.
tiredness a bit as the day comes to an end. But going back to the practice throw thing, as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, he plays a lot of soft tip darts, and we see the likes of Paul Lim, Haruki Muamatsu, and occasionally Makura Suzuki as well. Players who play the soft tip game, they do that a lot as well. So maybe it's just a part of the culture's come with soft tip, which is trying to adapt to still tip, that we see those types of players do as well.
45.
All of a sudden looks like he is struggling. It's bizarre. It really is, having been riding the crest of a wave to suddenly come crashing down like this. Can't find anything in this match so far, Adrian Gray. That score of 100 a couple of visits ago is his only one in the first 2 legs. Richie Howson has managed 6 3-figure scores. 2 of those have included 2 trebles. That was a really bizarre bounce out. That was like
76.
properly penetrating the treble.
Richie required 106.
And it was almost like Richie Howson's mate was behind the board with a big old mallet.
Well, you could see the stab mark. You still see the mark in the treble 19, and we'll show you when the play. There you go. You can still see the mark of the bottom edge of it, but Howson comes back for tops. Gray looking to set up.
Well, he'd be on a finish, wouldn't he? Had that stayed in, he's not now. Top's
32.
not the greatest double for Richie Howson. He misses
40.
above it, he blocks it.
Game shot on the second leg.
That solves that
Richie
problem.
Howson.
Don't need to worry about blockers if you hit it first up. Howson
Third
needs
leg, it's Adrian
2-0.
to throw first. Game on.
Halfway there, and maybe Adrian Gray, the man who's been dishing out the 4-0 defeats, may be hoisted by his own petard here.
He served
40.
a dose of his own here, but it's a complete capitulation this so far from Adrian Gray. But it's almost like an Adrian Gray tribute act has taken to the stage and can't hit the same notes. Yes, Richie.
180.
Leave them in and throw another 180 on top of them. That's what he'd do in an exhibition. And I tell you what, they would help him do that.
And by stark contrast, as the sun goes down, the owl has come out to play.
57.
Right, 3 more where they came from.
Well, he says a handy enough marker. Well, one says.
100.
Finds the jam in the sandwich in the end. So
45.
2-0 looking likely to become 3-0.
But also, we should look at what the damage could be in terms of the legs difference, because Adrian Gray was on +11 at the beginning of this
100.
game. If he loses this 4-0, he'll move on to +7, and so it opens up the door for Scott Mitchell to open up a lead overnight in that particular
45.
in terms of
Richie
points, then have the better legs
121.
difference as well.
You could see a bizarre scenario here where Rich Howson finishes the day on 4 points, Adrian Gray finishes on 6. Yet Howson goes to bed happier. All of the highs
59.
could just feel like nothing for Adrian Gray. That 12-leg, 3-match winning streak
85.
will pale
Richie
into
requires
insignificance if he's
62.
beaten 4-0 in his last match and left to stew on that until tomorrow.
Double 16 for Howson for the double breaker
Game
throw
shot
and a
on the third
3-0 lead.
leg.
And
Richie
also,
Howson.
something that maybe the rest of the opposition may want to put in notice is maybe a trend where Adrian's having a couple of good games
Fourth
and
leg,
an
it's
off
Richie's
game.
to throw first.
Today, he
Game
kicked
on.
off very strongly. Indeed, he had an 87 followed by a 91. He then tailed back to a 79, brought it back up to an 87, and is really struggling in this last game. And if you're Scott Mitchell, who plays him in the last game tomorrow, this might be something to note.
$60.
This is confusing and it must be baffling for him. Adrian Gray just, well, it's like he's run out of petrol, isn't it?
45.
But credit to Richie Howson, it could have been so easy to
97.
have been, well, strum into a bit of a slugfest, but he's kind of just got on with the job.
No one's going to be out of it after the opening day of action, that's for sure.
60.
Whatever happened in the last match, there will be only a couple of points to second place in the table. There might only be a couple of points to first place in the table.
60.
That depends on the outcome of the closing clash between Mitchell and Smith.
Well, Houghton heads downstairs. That's a rarity.
58.
Yeah, not much of a cellar dweller, is he, Richie Howson? Likes to stay up top.
And he won't be the cellar dweller if he can complete a
100.
4-0 success. That title will be bestowed to Chris Wickenden.
Yeah, despite winning his last 2 matches. In fact, Howson
40.
could finish as high as 3rd after the opening day, because, of course, if Mitchell dishes out a walloping of Justin Smith, well, it's happened again.
120.
This time on the 180.
Richie required 158.
If the 158 goes, it's 4-0, but Adrian Gray may get a chance to get a leg.
$41. Adrian, you
Could have
require
been on a double,
64.
but for the bounce out. He's on a double and has 2 darts at double 8.
56.
I thought it was in at first glance.
Richie required
And
117.
we know how good Howson is in this territory. 117 for the match. 17 for tops. Tops for the match for Richie Howson.
97.
Just drags
Adrian, you
below.
require 8.
2 4s for Gray to
James Shaw on the
avoid
fourth leg.
being served the
Adrian
same
Gray.
fate as he's dished out to 3 players today. He will not be beaten 4-0. He's broken.
Fifth leg. It's
Maybe there's
Adrian to
another
throw
twist.
First. Game on.
Maybe there's more shenanigans than perhaps we gave it the build-up to. Reminder after this, Scott Mitchell and Justin Smith will round off the
100.
day's play, and I think they'll both be looking and glancing over at the monitor in the practice room and looking at this with bated eyes and bated interest.
Yeah, and I, for one, am really excited about this evening's lineup.
140.
Remember to join us again, 10 p.m. UK time, with a group.
60.
Well, for once at the Super Series, doesn't feature an Englishman. It's quite rare, isn't it? Germany's David Schlichting, Bradley Roos of the Netherlands, Alex Small of Wales, John Henderson of the Highlands in Scotland, and Hupai
97.
Puha of New Zealand joining the action ahead of his World Championship campaign. Really stellar lineup, and
68.
I can't pick 3 players to get through that group.
I think Henderson and Puha, for me, the top 2. And I think them 2 will be, I think, quite dominant top 2 in that group as well. I think you're splitting hairs
100.
between who from the other 3 goes through.
Yeah, one of a handful of players that have been preparing for the Ali Pali recently here. Of course, Simon Adams was here and made everybody smile last
96.
week. There is a
Richie required
feature-length interview
164.
with the South African ace on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you watch that. Make sure you watch this.
96.
Make sure you subscribe to that channel. It will be well worth just the press of a button. What's the harm? What is the harm?
Well, Howson looks
100.
like he's causing Adrian
Richie
all
required
sorts of harm, and he
68.
looks possibly set to seal a 4-1 victory if he can take out this 68. 2 in hand at double 4.
64.
But that is more match darts. That's 3 match darts missed now for Richie
Adrian
Howson.
requires 77.
Can Gray carry on this escapology act? Oh, he only needed the big 20 for a go at the bull. Yes, you should punish yourself. You must write out 50 times, I will not miss the big
37.
number.
Richie required 4.
Desmond double for Howson for the win. He's getting closer. And that
Game,
one's in.
shot,
And
the
Richie
match,
shades
Richie
grey.
Howson.
A 4-1 victory for the Owl Richie Howson to end his day. As for Adrian Gray, when he picked up 3 4-0 wins, but bookends his day with defeats, and something being spoken about there between the pair. Looks like it's civil enough between the 2. But Richie Howson runs out a 4-1 victor, an 84.72 average 4 from 11 on the double. It just felt like Adrian Gray may have just run out of steam. towards the end of proceedings. One last game to go. Scott Mitchell takes on Justin Smith. So here we go, final game of the day, and it sees Scott Mitchell in action up against Justin Smith. Before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Agent Gray by 4-1. Well, Scotty Dog, who came in as a last-minute substitute yesterday in Group A, well, he's living kind of the dream, really, isn't he? 3 wins from 4 so far, but Justin Smith can also end the day on 6 points, and that scenario that we mentioned to you not too long ago could well come true, where the top 3 could be on 6 and the bottom 3 could be on 4. This game could well dictate a lot of matters going into tomorrow.
Yeah, Mitchell could still finish top of the pile. Adrian Gray there at the moment, despite that defeat to Richie Howson in the previous match. But if Smith wins, it will be 6-6-6, 4-4-4. And that's 1, 2, 3 for Scott Mitchell with the opening salvo in this showdown to close the day's play. And it's going to be a showdown 100. That we see in consecutive matches, because will be the first game of Friday's action.
Do you remember early on this week when Scott Mitchell said he's never hit a 9 darter in competition? Well, 100. Perhaps it would have been ironic if he did it on this particular stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I just said, oh, that's a good leg from Scott Mitchell.
Just another leg of darts.
140.
Well, that's all it gets you, isn't it? But we do love to see it. 9 darters at the Super Series of late. Andreas Harrison hitting the 9th. Will we see the 10th before Christmas? That's our Super Series Christmas
100.
wish. Tune in tonight, you might see one. 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV, and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
57. Scott, you require 121.
And another solid start this from Scott Mitchell. 1-2-1 left after 9. He's going to go bullseye first of his opponent on a finish. 111 left after hitting the single 10. Level 17. Well, leaving tops.
47.
His only defeat came against Chris Wickenden, and that was 4-3. So it tells you a lot about Scott Mitchell's day today. He's been
140.
and
Scott
thereabouts
requires 74.
all day long. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Good
first
start.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
And that, I think that was a rapid leg from Scott
Second
Mitchell.
leg,
He's
it's
won
Justin
that
to
in
throw
under 2
first.
minutes.
Game on.
He's going to get a wriggle on. He's got some prep to do for commentary tonight.
Yeah, he will be back in the box.
100.
What a guy. We're going to be analysing this afternoon's action. So that probably put pressure on him as well, didn't it? Knowing that he'll be having a chat with you, Henry, at the top of the show, talking about what happened this afternoon.
85.
We'll have to get the iPad out, won't we? Monday Night Football style.
Yeah, we will dissect every twist and turn, but it could be a strong end to the day for Mitchell. He'd be very happy to see the
60.
Group C table if he wins this match, that's for sure.
We'll just have to tell him that the in-play table, but we'll have Group B on tonight, not Group C.
100.
Does this make Scott Mitchell take your mantle as Mr. Modus Super Series, playing and commentating in the same day?
100.
More than welcome to it if he wants. Although I'm sure that he's going to be thrilled to be associated with me.
What do you make of Justin Smith's day today? How would you summarise that?
81.
Probably the same summation that we've made of Justin Smith for about 6 months or so. When he's hot, he's very hot, but he just lacks that consistency in key moments. He's on 4 points now, but you could argue he should be on
45.
more than that. The game against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, that was his for the taking. Simple as that. Picks out some decent victories, but corner defeat to Agent Gray, again, missed opportunities in that one. He'll feel like he should be in a better suit than
83.
he is now. He's had opportunities to win every game, hasn't really taken them.
He's hot on that occasion.
180. Scott, you require 152.
And that 180 avails him the opportunity. 3 darts at a double to level the match.
100.
But as we say about
60.
Justice Smith, when he's good, he's very good. And this is for a potential 16 dart leg to level up at 1-1.
the
And
second
double
leg.
8 is pinned
Justin
for the
Smith.
bearded dragon, who has pedigree in this competition, having won a week in Series 2.
Third
And
leg, it's Scott to throw first.
I was
Game
speaking to Justin earlier in the week, and he was very frustrated with the way things went the last time he was here at the Super Series. He felt like he should have got more out of it. By his own admission, he said he didn't
100.
practice as much as perhaps he should have in preparation, and that he's given himself the kick up the backside since to come back here and be more competitive in this competition.
on. 100.
Just making himself known in this match after a slow start in the opening leg. That first start's been very good from Scott Mitchell today.
100.
I do feel with Justin, he's still a work in progress player. We know the natural talent he's got. I mean, it's just a few things he's got to work on. But if he can click it together, look, we've seen some
94.
fantastic stuff from him in the past. He's won a Challenge Tour in the last 18 months or so. He's on a week here at the Super Series. 2024 could be a big year for players like Justin. I feel like it could be just a crossroads moment in certain players'
60.
careers. And I think people in their mid-20s, I think there's a lot of them that could be in that predicament.
And many of them getting a lot of experience here at the Super Series. Invaluable.
100. 100.
Mitchell first to a finish. Smith 207. Couple of trebles here. Could change the complexion of the leg. Even just the one puts him in a good
60.
suit, but
Scott, you
it's very
require
much advantage Scott with the darts
141.
now.
One of these finishers goes, Henry. I can feel it in my bones.
$97.
If this
Justin, you
doesn't
require
go,
147.
I will leave the rest of the match to you.
Please, single one. Right, see you later, Murph.
45. Scott, you require 44.
So, 44 for Scott Mitchell for a 2-1 lead. 8 for double 18. What is it about this double today? This week? I just can't get enough of it, but
26.
Mitchell misses it.
Justin,
And so
you
Justin
require
Smith back for
102.
102 for the break of throw. He's already hit this once today, Justin Smith. Hit it against Chris Wickenden,
Game
and he
shot on the
repeats the
third
feat
leg.
against Scott
Justin
Mitchell
Smith.
to break the throw and lead by 2 legs to 1. A little bit of a smile between the
Fourth leg,
pair.
it's
This
Justin to
game
throw
being
first.
played in
Game
a
on.
good spirit. 2 real likeable guys in the game.
100. $100.
Yeah, 2 unlikable guys on and
140.
off the oche. Justin, who's been with us right from the very onset of what was then the Live League in Southampton. Played at home during lockdown.
60.
Justin Smith was actually my first ever game here at the Super Series against Colin Osborne. But now he really is cooking, isn't he?
180.
Averaging in excess of a ton. Left 81 after 9. And Scott Mitchell, who'd won his first 3 games today, is at risk of being hauled back in. Miss for a
95.
3-1 lead.
Justin, you require 81.
$79 left, so over 19 leaves double 11 for a
Game shot
3-1
on the
lead,
fourth
and that is
leg.
back-to-back
Justin
combo
Smith.
finishes for Justin Smith to move within a leg of the match, and a victory here against
Fifth
Scott
leg, it's
Mitchell,
Scott to
who
throw first. Game on.
could conceivably finish the day second in the table. Can't be overhauled by Justin Smith now. He kicks off 140. And in case you're wondering where Chris Murphy's gone, he's headed off to Tesco's. He heard that there was a good meal deal on offer tonight. Apparently it's Indian. You can get a nice little deal for 12 quid.
96.
I'll have you now shop at Waitrose, Henry. Yeah, Scott Mitchell in the gravy.
140.
But as Henry was just saying, defeat here, and it's all to play for tomorrow. 6 points for Gray, Mitchell and Smith. 4 points for House and Jorgensen and Wickenden.
140.
It's a game that Mitchell may look back on and think, if I'd have won that, I'd have had a great chance of getting through. You still have a good chance of getting through.
140.
But the difference between great and good, I suppose it's like me and you, Henry.
You'd love to be great, wouldn't you, Murph?
Well, it would be great for Mitchell if he could do exactly what he's just seen Justin Smith do and take out the
96.
81, although I wouldn't
Scott,
advise doing it the
require
same way.
81.
And now he doesn't have to take it out because Smith has left a bogey. But
Game
Mitchell
shot
does
on the
take it
fifth
out, a
leg.
real clinical
Scott
clean kill,
Mitchell.
and it's 11 darter for Scott Mitchell.
Sixth leg, it's
And the
Justin to
bearded
throw
dragon
first.
throwing for the match.
Game on.
He's racing through these legs here, Scott Mitchell. That was 1 minute and 11 seconds.
60.
Apparently, he's a slow player.
They might get even better here.
140.
Another ton 40, and Justin Smith is going to have to weather this storm if he is going to get to 6 points.
$39.
I'll say it again, Henry. That first start for Scott Mitchell today, it's almost like he's hit the treble 20 every
140.
time with the first start. It's been brilliant.
His ton plus hitting in not just this game, but throughout the course of the day has been exemplary. He's averaging above 101 now. 8 scores of a ton or more, 5 scores of 140 or more, and the
100.
solitary max to his name in this particular encounter. Justice Smith, 97.5. All 140s, 2 maxis to his name. And against the grain today
81.
as well, Justice Smith's taking advantage of his opportunities, 3 from 3 on the doubles, where we have labelled criticism about his double hitting at points today, but credit where credit's due. In this particular match, when he's been afforded a chance, he's taken it.
53. Scott, you require 140.
So, plenty of time. Looking for a bedfellow. He'll just tee up tops.
100.
Well, he won the last leg in 11. He's on the cusp of winning this one in 13. And Justin Smith
135. Scott, you require 40.
has just had some bombs thrown at him, and he hasn't had any way of response as he
shot on the
pins the
sixth
tops for a
leg.
13
Scott
dart
Mitchell.
breaker throw. And the last game of the day will go all the way, just like he did at the beginning when Scott Mitchell beat Adrian Grainer, decided from behind. He's looking to do the same here.
7th and final leg. It's
Against
Scott to
Justin
throw
Smith.
first. Game on.
All square. Would it be Scott Mitchell putting his foot down and starting to disappear into the distance?
140.
Or can Justin Smith find one last push to get level with him and Adrian Gray?
140.
Well, he's level in the leg. That's the minimum requirement when you are throwing second in a last leg decider.
And we've seen it from previous times of Justin Smith here at the Super Series that he can put in big legs when it matters the most.
140.
3-0 down last time he was here to Charlie Large before winning 4-3 in a must-win match. But it looks like Scott Mitchell is
60.
taking the ascendancy in this decider. It could be the story of 4-3s that helps Mitchell on his way towards success here at the Super Series in Group C.
If he doesn't get a treble, there's still a door open.
60.
2 trebles for Smith to get to the same checkout. It's on. But he
100.
couldn't quite manage it.
Scott, you
And now it's a
require
massive advantage
161.
for Scott Mitchell. It may only be 40 points, but it means he's got 2 visits to clean this up.
$90.
He's himself on 71 for the match. And I don't know, was he giving his darts a bit of a bark?
100.
Well, it's been a polished performance
Scott, you require 71.
from Scotty Dog. Justin Smith had opened up that advantage 3-1. Hasn't had another dart double since.
51.
But he might get one. He might get one.
Justin, you require 101.
Already had a 102 in this match. Can Justin Smith win it with a 101? Mitchell lurking back on double 10 if he can't complete the job here. Double 19, treble 15 leaves double 18 for the match.
83.
It goes inside, and so Mitchell is back for double 10.
Scott, you require 20.
So this to go top of the table. The late replacement out of the commentary box onto the hockey.
10.
And ruined my line. Look at that.
Justin, you
If
require
looks could kill,
18.
that dartboard will be getting buried.
And Justin Smith literally sank to his knees. He tried to split, but now leads 7-7.
Will he split again? Surely not. 7-7.
Game,
And he
shots,
finds it.
and the
Well,
match.
that's not the way he
Justin
planned it.
Smith.
But Justin Smith beats Scott Mitchell in a match that means this group is going to have a real grandstand finish feel about it tomorrow. A win for Smith that sees him tie on points with Mitchell at the top of the table. 4-3 to the Welshman. He led it 3-1. Mitchell roared back into the game and had the opportunity to win it himself. An average of 97.38 for Scott Mitchell. Defied, though, by Justin Smith, who managed to sort of fall over the line in the end, despite a good display, and he wins the final match of the day 4-3. We are going to show you what's happened today in all of the 15 matches. Scott Mitchell started it with a 4-3 win against Adrian Gray, and then Gray started to run riot, winning 4-0 in his next 3 games. But then he was beaten by Richie Howson 4-1 in the penultimate match of the day. Before that win against Scott Mitchell for Justin Smith made things very, very interesting.
And so that means 3 tied at the top. Both Adrian Gray and Scott Mitchell could have conceivably ran away with the group, but they've been reeled in, and everybody is still in play going into Friday's action here. Justin Smith on 6 points alongside Mitchell and Gray. Richie Howson could be a very interesting spectator on 4 points.
Yeah, we're just going to tell you what's happening the rest of the week. Group B in action this evening. Bradley Roos, John Henderson, Hopai Puha and Alex Small joining the action tonight. There you see the lineup. Andreas Harrison already through to finals night. He won Group A. Group C will be concluded tomorrow, but tonight that Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. That's Tungsten time on Sporty Stuff TV. That's Turtle time. We'll see you then.